Hey. There we go. Yeah, what's going on? That's not working. Yeah, so how's everyone feeling? I was trying to put these glasses on for so that I wouldn't get screen glare, but the ring light shows in them, so forget that. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. Is it the decline of black excellence or is it black excellence exposed? Yeah, I mean, one thing I want to do is hit the ground running because I'm starting to realize people have no attention span. So there'll be people like if you take 5 minutes to do the house cleaning and stuff, they'll leave comments like, "You take forever to get to the point." It's like, dude, there's a double speed, option, and there's a progress bar. You can just move. Like I don't know. People on the internet so entitled and whiny. It's just amazing. Like you got so many free things and unlimited content that you could ever imagine in a lifetime. Like I know it's gonna sound like get off my lawn and stuff, but I remember we used to have like 5, 6 channels. You used to have to sit through commercials. You couldn't TiVo them and skip through them, and like you would just sit through stuff and just wait. You know what I mean? But now, like people, when I see, like, I'll send videos to people like, "Oh, this video is pretty cool," and then someone will text back, "Just tell me what it says." I'm like, "What do you mean tell you what it says?" He goes, "You're taking too long to get to the point." It's like, dude, it's just 2 minutes. You gotta wait for the point. Like what? Like what's wrong with you? I'm not gonna hold your hand and explain a video to you. That's like take 2 minutes to like just put on the double speed. Just move the bar over, or just water your plants. I don't even understand, but yeah, I just find that so funny, man. Yeah. Someone said, "No, I have ADHD. Get some medication." Like, what are you doing? It's not my fault. Shit. Yeah, people act like they're held captive to stuff. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, there we go. There we go. Anyway, down to business. BLM has been really under fire lately. You know what I'm saying? BLM has been under fire lately. And they've been really getting a lot of grief. But one thing that's interesting, that I found really interesting about the whole thing, is that they're bringing a lot of people down with them, because the people they're bringing out to kind of bail them out of this stuff is just hurting their brand. They're just looking worse. Like the Hill twins, Jamel and Mark Lamont, they've come out interviewing them with softball puff piece interviews, and I'm like, why are y'all doing this? Because this is not helping them at all. It, like, everybody sees through it. It's not helping them. It's just making you look very compromised. Like, I don't know what they're paying you. I don't know if it's like just part of like the mafia and stuff. Yeah, thanks. I forgot to take that off. See, I was so anxious to get started. I'm missing the little stuff. They have a good, well, who knows now? I mean, because they're so into electoralism and all that stuff. So who knows now? But they were pretty good on Palestine at some point. They, in fact, that was one of the problems. Was not that Palestine is something wrong to be good on, but when the Ferguson protests were popping up and all that stuff, and they were getting platformed, they just started making trips to Palestine, and people were like, "Yo, nothing's been accomplished in Ferguson yet. Why are y'all running across the ocean to do a photo op in Palestine?" And that was like one of the first signs that people had that they were kind of chasing clout. There were a lot of us like, what are y'all doing in Palestine doing photo ops while protests are like still happening in Ferguson? They went there really early in the game. It was really early. I want to say it was like 2016 or earlier. And they did it when it was really early in BLM. And what a lot of people were saying, they weren't saying Palestine a good cause or anything. They were just saying, like, have some focus. Like, why are you guys so ADD? But I mean, we kind of know why now, because they were just using the bodies of dead black men to kind of catapult themselves into other stuff, So they were always looking for cross-racial alliances, and they were always more a um they were always more like a gay rights slash feminist group really than they were about coming up with any real targeted black politics. But yeah, I mean, you can find the videos. If you go back enough, you'll see a lot of videos of how long they've been involved there. I forgot when their first trip was, though. I want to say it was 2016. It was somewhere between 2014 and 2016, but I want to say, when did Mike Brown happen again? Time flies so fast. Mike Brown shooting might have been 2000. Mike Brown shot 2014. Yeah, yeah, but somewhere between 2014 and 2016, people were like kind of looking at them funny style for that one. Yeah, so but oh yeah, they love death threats. The idea of death threats, they use death threats as the excuse for everything. Everything is death threats, and it's like, I don't doubt that they receive death threats, to be honest. But I mean, everyone gets death threats. I've gotten them. Everyone gets them. You get death threats for everything on the internet. Everything. You get death threats for liking the wrong team. Like, and it's not to like minimize the thing, but they just always whip it out as their shielding from criticism and everything. They use it on Ice Cube too. Like, they're talking to Ice Cube, and like, well, do you know we get death threats? It's like, huh? It came out of nowhere. Like, when Alicia Garza was trying to get Ice Cube to work with her, she just pulled out the death threats thing. Like, it didn't even make any sense. She just gave. She's like, "Hey Cube, how you doing? You want to bring us with you to meet Biden? Yeah, I don't think I want to work with you. Do you know we get death threats? What do you think about that? It's like, it's okay." Like, she's trying to like emotionally blackmail them to. Let me see if I can find it, because I'm not gonna do it justice. You got to see this thing. I wasn't actually prepared to talk about this, but it's good to it. The death threat talk is so funny. I gotta pull it. I gotta pull it out there. Let me find it real quick. It's on the Roland Martin show, but it's really funny. It's really funny how she brings it out. It's like comes out of nowhere. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is it. I'm gonna put it up right right now. Oh, God, just give me a sec. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Oh, this is the wrong one. I didn't realize he came on Roland Martin this much. Oh, uh, anyway, how's everyone doing? In the meantime, I'm gonna look for this clip. But how's everyone doing? I thought Ice Cube was only on Roland Martin like once or twice, but he apparently came on a bunch of times to talk about this stuff. Let's see. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, I think I found it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is it. This is it. It's really okay. To all my friends with ADHD, please be patient. We are ready for it. Hey Kamaria, how you feeling? Okay, so check it out. This is it, and it's mad funny. And once you notice it once, you can't stop noticing it. It's gonna keep coming up in this thing about her and Patrisse are always talking about the death threats in response to anything. You could be like, hey, did you legally park your car? It's like, oh, do you ever get death threats? It's like, oh, okay, just put some money in the meter. I don't know. Here we go.
Reese was talking about the lack of stuff when it comes to Black women. He said, hey, you love to hear from her. I would love for the two of you to actually talk about this, because both of you want to.
Now, what's funny about this is Roland Martin. We talked about this before, so I'm not going to rehash it for people who've seen it. But it's very funny how they're trying. Roland Martin's trying so hard to make them come together with this idea that I think that's somehow going to benefit him. Like if he gets them together, then they might bring him along too because he's friends with Alicia. So yeah, he's really interested. I mean, invested in this too, and it's funny.
Really achieve the same thing, and that is achieve things for Black people. And so, Alicia, go right ahead. If you have a question for Ice Cube, you got a question for Alicia, go ahead.
Hey, Cube, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. So, I mean, I guess my first question would be, we're in the midst of an incredible movement moment. Folks are all over the country, have been organizing for over 7 years, if not longer, trying to turn Black Lives Matter into a movement that can impact not just protest, but also policy. I did have a chance to read both versions of the contract with Black America, and I'm just curious, are there activists or organizers in this movement that you've been connected to who have been doing some of this legislative advocacy?
Now it's clear what she's doing here. She's like, she didn't talk a single thing about a single policy in that thing, in his document, or bring up her own policy. She just goes, well, have you talked to any activists in the space? What she's doing, I call this crowd the mediocrity mafia, but because they're like the mafia in a lot of ways. And one of the things is you're not supposed to skip the line. You're not supposed to go on someone else's territory. You got to go up the chain. Like this is, our territory. We've been running this protection racket. You don't just come in and skip the line, So if you're gonna do business here, you gotta kind of pay the fee and let everybody wet their beak, so to speak. That's kind of what she's trying to get at here, and she's trying to say basically, this has her whole speech. None of it has anything to do with any policy. Ice Cube had talked policy several times. You don't have to agree with this policy, but he did keep trying to bring up substantive issues. But if you look here, she's never going to bring up anything substantive.
Policy advocacy work.
Yeah, we connected with ADOS, and we helped get a bill passed in California. Governor Gavin Newsom passed AB 3121, which starts the conversation about reparations in California. So we have been connected with a grassroots organization. We want to connect with as many grassroots organizations who are not connected to any other so-called powers that be, strictly grassroots.
So you see, he's throwing shade at we've seen plenty of people, just not people connected to other types of people, meaning you guys that are connected to, because they've been trying to get embedded in the system for a while. They've been trying to get put on by whoever they think is going to win. They've been co-opted for a while. So he threw like some shade at her there that was hard to deny. Like he just pretty much said, like, we just don't trust you. That's all it is. We don't trust you. You're compromised, and that's that. And what's interesting is how she responds, because she just totally sidesteps it. This is the textbook. You ever get a conversation with someone where they don't actually listen to you? They're just waiting for you to finish speaking so they can go into the next planned point. That's totally what she does here.
And we definitely want to connect with them, people who definitely have no ulterior motives, who really just want to see money get in the hands of the people who built this country and the ancestors and family of the people that built this country.
Do you think that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization? Because I know for the last year, I've been getting death threats. I have security now 24/7 because Donald Trump and his administration has been targeting me and Patrisse.
Like, Okay, who hasn't gotten death threats? You know how many death threats Ice Cube got back in like the 90s when he was doing all the stuff he was doing, the Nation of Islam and the anti-Semitic stuff? Like, I mean, he got major death threats, and that was like a big deal. And he was a public figure everywhere. You know what I mean? And like, but the internet changed the game. The internet democratized the death threat. Everybody gets the death threat, and and that's not like proof you're doing anything. I mean, I'm sure D. Ray gets a bunch of death threats, and all he does is try to shill for like rainbow Doritos. He doesn't like if anybody is more proven not to be a threat to power is D. Ray. And you go into his mentions, there's a bunch of right wing chuds. Like, you know, D. Ray, you're ruining America. You know, it's like seriously, dude. This guy just wants to sit on the bed with Katy Perry and, you know, talk shop. And that's not even like a diss. Like that's really like what he was doing. He was on his podcast, and he was spending his podcast coaching Katy Perry and how to be a good white ally. And he was sitting on the bed with socks. Like and they bring up the death threat thing all the time now.
And Opal and thousands of other activists across the country. I understand what you're saying about trying to talk to the people in power, but I think there is a difference here in terms of who we align ourselves with. And I can't at all say that I take a neutral stance here.
And the idea that Trump is the reason why she's getting death threats, like, you're getting death threats because, as disingenuous and superficial as it is, you're talking against racism. Even if it is ultimately in the interest of neoliberalism and power, you're talking about racism. Everyone's going to give you death threats. It's like part of the game. Like, you know, and Donald Trump didn't create that, but even if he did, like, that's just going to be what's going to happen if you're going to be speaking any type of truth to power. Yeah, but it's funny, she went straight into yeah Jeffrey Corley says it feels like two screens aren't synced up, like she's maybe 1 to 2 minutes ahead and respond to something else, because how else does she go just into death threats like that? Because she didn't really care about the answer to the question. Like, she asked the first question, and every question she's asking is just basically a type of gotcha question to try to what she's doing is what, you know, we call on the show victim bullying. She's trying to use the victim position to bully him. So what she's doing is, like, each thing that doesn't work, she's parrying with something else. So the first day was trying to victim bully him by saying we were here first and we're grassroots. And he's like, actually, I've got my own grassroots things that, you know, so it's not about me going and ignorant. I just don't trust you guys. And because she wasn't sincere about the objection, if she was really sincere about the objection, she'd be like, well, actually, this is what we do compared to the people you're talking about, or hey, maybe we can all work together, or we're not compromised by power. She was just like, okay, it's not going to work. What's next on the list? You know, let me victim bully with the death threat thing. Yeah, so it's BLM. BLM literally asked cops for permission to play with sidewalk chalk. If you make everyone believe that's terrorism, you've really got them where you want them. Real talk. Yeah, so it's like, but when you, someone in the chat, I think it was iSound Info, was talking about the death threat thing. That the interview is what the first thing I thought of. Where that's one of the first times I kind of noticed. I'm like, what did it have to do with anything? And then once I realized it was victim bullying, and I was like, I made a comment on it, I started noticing that they do it all the time in response to everything, is bring up death threats. So there's going to be more examples as we go on. But for people who think I was, but for people who thought I was making some kind of weird joke about D. Ray, because I know a lot of people think that we're making some kind of weird joke, or maybe we're being hateful or something. I wasn't kidding about like the rainbow Doritos and rainbow socks stuff. Like, he really did that. with Katy Perry cupcaking on the, okay, it was a couch. I thought it was a bed, but he listened to her like a confessor to talk about cultural appropriation. Tell me if you can hear the sound on this. This is like really funny. She basically sat down there. He had these rainbow socks on, and and to me, the rainbow socks are like a shallow form of gay activism. I don't think his gay activism is any more powerful or results driven than his black activism. I think all his activism is just an activism of optics and co-optation, and it's funny that this guy who co-ops movements is being the celebrity's confessor to her co-opting of cultures. And honestly, people like him co-opt black culture themselves. So who is he to talk to her about cultural appropriation? You can be black and culturally appropriate blackness, to be honest. But yeah, it's stalled. Let's see if it works now.
I've made several mistakes, even in like the This Is How We Do video about how I wore my hair, and having a hard conversation with one of my empowered angels, Cleo, about what does it mean? Why can't I wear my hair that way? Or what is the history behind wearing the hair that way? And she told me about the power in Black women's hair and how beautiful it is and the struggle. And I listened and I heard and I didn't know. And I won't ever understand.
This is a true pseudo event. Like, this is true theater. This is the service that he offers. This is what he was going for all along. He wanted to get to the place where he, was made the face of black authenticity and activist, activist credibility. And these people made him that. They gave him the platform. They amplified him. They magnified him. But the whole reason that they did is because they knew beforehand that they could get him to do this. And what they do is they confess to him, and it's like he, gives him a sign of the cross, gives him the absolution, tells him to say 10 Hail Marys. If anybody's Catholic, you guys know about the forgiveness. That's kind of what he does. And now Katy Perry can say she's a good person. She's done her penance, and she can show this. She can show this to anybody who asks her. Hey, what about the cultural appropriation that you did? Oh, well, I spoke about that with Ray, and he educated me, forgave me. And then he gets like a check for it.
And some of those things because of who I am, I will never understand. But I can educate myself, and that's what I'm trying to do along the way. And
good for you, Katy Perry.
And my intention to like appreciate Japanese culture, I did it wrong with a performance, and I didn't know that I did it wrong until I heard people saying I did it wrong. And sometimes that's what it takes.
Okay, now let me ask you this: why does she need him to do this? Like, she can stop doing it. She can donate a bunch of money, and she can, do something difficult and hard. You know what I mean? And just talk about it. Like this kind of thing. I would hate to be like. There's times, right, where the show gets called like homophobic or transphobic or different things, misogynist, and there are times where people will be like, "Oh, hey, like they want to say something like, it might be someone who was trans, who was a former guest, maybe, or friend of the show or something, and then I'll be like, I don't want to do that to you. That's tacky. I don't want to." Like, I would never want to sit with you and put you in that position of doing that for me. I think it's very tacky. You know what I mean? Like, because first of all, even if I sit with you and, you do all that stuff, it wouldn't mean I'm not transphobic or homophobic, because you could be just somebody who's wrong. Like, I don't even buy into the idea of anybody being qualified to speak for a whole group. So it would be like, even if I pull, because you can find it all the time. There's like people who are like raging racists, and they find like one black person to be like, well, I like him, you know, there's no problem with him, you know, they bring out like Charles Barkley or Thomas Sowell or stuff like that. And like, to me, I feel like when you do this, you're being kind of disrespectful to that person and putting them in a bad position, even if they agree to it. Like, if someone on their own wants to do something, that's on them. But I never trust people who bring out a member of a group to give them public absolution. I always think it's a tacky thing to do. I would not even want to put someone in that position, even if they wanted to do it. Worst case, they'll just call you a sellout anyway, and stick with what they wanted to believe in the first place. So yeah, I've never liked that stuff, and I always look funny style at people who that's their first recourse, is to find a person of a group that agrees with them and, you know, trots them out. Like, and so it's not even like forgiving them. Sometimes it's like, for example, when Bill Maher said the N-word and everything, and, you know, I like Ice Cube and everything, but I didn't like when Ice Cube came out to that, you know. And they had two people. They had what's his name, Michael Eric Dyson, who came out like caping hard for Bill Maher and how he's not a racist or anything, and he was like, Bill Maher is not a racist, you know. And, you know, I was like, okay, what makes you the ultimate arbiter and what's racist or not? Like, you're not a spokesperson for all black people, like, whatever. But then Ice Cube came on and kind of checked Bill Maher, but to me, that was fake theater too. Like, the person who is brought on to kind of beat you up, you know. You ever, like, when you're playing as a kid, you have a friend that, like, you know, does something that's kind of messed up and they realize it. So it's like they'll swing at you or do a kick you, and then they realize like they hit you or kicked you harder than they meant to, and they realize like they kind of effed up. And this might be more of a guy thing, you know. They'll be like, you'll get mad at them. They're like, yo, I'm sorry, man. Here, hit me. You know, they'll tell you to hit them. And it's like, people kind of, a lot of times when they know they messed up, or at least they know they've appeared to mess up, and they just want to fix it fast. A lot of times they just want to get hit or punished fast. Like, they don't want it held over them. They don't like the guilt or shame behind it, you know. So, you know, people be like, come on, hit me, you know, here, I'll give you one free shot. You know, that's kind of what that means when they bring on the black person to chew you out for, you know, a couple of minutes. That's the same thing. It's still theater. It's still a different way to let the person of using a black person to get yourself off the hook or whatever, you know, having them on to chew you out while you sit and nod and listen. So Bill Maher did two ways in one show. He did the come here and do the high priest of anti-racism, forgiveness and absolution ritual, and then also give me like the ritual punchback. You know what I'm saying? Say, hit me, I reach for a brick. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's like oh yeah. If you ever look at the Nicki Minaj Miley Cyrus thing, that thing was so fake and funny. If y'all ever see that, Nicki Minaj doesn't even keep a straight face. She starts laughing. That was a really funny one. That was a good example. Hold on, let me pull that one up. A lot of people didn't catch this. But yeah, it was what. If you haven't yet, become a patron of the show and listen to our book club. And in the book club, we have a lot of different topics of books. And we had one called The Image, and The Image talks about something called the pseudo-event. And these are all pseudo-events. This is an example of a pseudo-event, but the camera took a little too long to cut. And a lot of people didn't see this, or maybe I'm wrong. A lot of people did see this, and I think that I saw something rare, and everyone else actually saw it.
Back to this bitch that had a lot to say about me the other day in the press. Miley, what's good?
Keep watching.
Hey.
Hold on. These see she. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta find. Hold on. She. Yeah, I can't catch it. But y'all see what I'm talking about, right? She cracks a smile at the end, and they cut away fast because they kind of realized she broke character. I think that's why they did it. They I think they're planning to keep it on her because look at the angle they catch Miley at, and it seems like because they had these things on a tape delay, and there's somebody who's like, quick, cut to this camera, cut to that camera. So it looks like it wasn't supposed to happen. It's like a wrestling shoot that they effed up. Yeah. So I find that funny. That was fake as hell. A lot of these things are fake, man. Yeah. Oh, someone said cycle laughter. I don't believe it. Oh, using the keys, you can go. I didn't know that. I know better in the future. I will say this. Even if it wasn't planned that Miley Cyrus knew was going to happen, I think it was, but let's say it wasn't. I still think she was joking. And I think, Miley would have picked up on it and ad-libbed or whatever. Well, I don't know. I think it was fake. But RP, you're welcome to your opinion. I don't pretend to know everything. But going to the BLM thing, I think everybody here knows what's happening with BLM, right? Where what's happening with them is that they're getting in a lot of trouble for Patrisse Cullors having like four houses. She's got like 4 houses, and she was shopping for like a 5th one in the Bahamas, and her real estate portfolio is close to like 3.5 million, maybe approaching 4 million. And the big response that people have been having, the biggest defense they've been having of her is saying, oh, y'all just want activists to be poor. Y'all don't want black women to have anything and whatever. And some people were like, oh, some people actually agreed. Some people said, yeah, I don't think activists should make money or be rich or whatever. My feeling is a little different. It might surprise people. I think an activist should be able to get as rich as, whatever, if the results pan out, if the results were tangible. Like, I don't believe in this thing of saying like a bright light rule, activists should be allowed to get rich as hell or activists should be broke or whatever. To me, it's about like results. And I'll give an example. 50 years, going on 60 years after he said these things, people study and read Malcolm X, and he's like a decoder ring for everything happening today. Like it's nuts when you see him talk about the March on Washington and talked about the staged opposition and how white liberals co-opted and the fox versus the wolf. Like, he died pretty broke. He didn't own a lot of stuff because the nation owned a lot of the stuff, and he didn't own anything in his name. And he, for all that work he did for Elijah Muhammad, he was pretty much scrambling for money and struggling, and his family didn't make that much. But with the amount of knowledge that he dropped, useful, tangible knowledge, and the contribution that he made, someone like Elaine Brown made a lot of money. I mean, Elaine Brown still drops that heat today. Like, she doesn't just sit there and jabber nonsense jargon, like a lot of these people. I call these new activists March, Pray, Love. Like, it's just new age woo, but with like racism talk, and they use the word systemic a lot, but it's the same as Eat, Pray, Love. It's all just new age woo. It's Brene Brown, but for social justice. But if somebody told you that Malcolm X died with $1 million or whatever, and that his family was okay, I don't think people would be that upset about it, but I think also the way he would use that money, I think would be very different. I don't think he would just take his bags and go home. I mean, he was fighting for people, till the end. And but the price he paid, like, he paid with his life, and not like unknowingly. I mean, he knowingly walked into, the jaws of death several times. He knew his days were numbered. He wasn't just sitting there cry-bullying, using the fact that he got death threats, and he got like real death threats, death attempts. Like, I'm not saying I valorize getting rich, but I think if you make an incredible contribution and get incredible results, then I can see you getting monetarily rewarded. And I think instead of these debates about y'all just want Black women to be poor, y'all just want activists to die broke, you should be talking about what did you do for Black people and for the people that you're fighting for that warrants you getting $4 million real estate portfolio. Like, did you close the racial wealth gap by like 50%? Did you say somebody did so much work that they got reparations into a reality, and then reparations happened, and Black people all across America are getting hundreds of millions, if not like billions of dollars and stuff. And then that person, after doing all that ceaseless work, was able to turn it into other enterprises that got them a $4 million portfolio. Like, the amount of tangible good they've done for Black people would so outweigh that $4 million portfolio. Like, to me, it would have to be a high amount of, like giving your life, or really like materially enriching the people. Like, I'm not talking about like you get $50,000 or $100,000 of grant money to different people, and then you're sitting with a $4 million real estate portfolio. Like, I think the bar would have to be pretty high. And that, to me, is what the real problem with these people are saying. They're not saying why they deserve $4 million. They just think because we're Black women and we have the most eyes on us, And yeah, people always tell me I should have a glossary. But yeah, it's thanks about the plants. Appreciate it. Yeah, but it's really hard. It's really hard to be a grassroots activist and get rich, because what you're doing is not popular, and the people it is popular with don't really have the money to make you rich, But if someone who did tangible things for Black people got money, but the money would have to be a fraction of whatever results they got. Like, I don't mean like you do something minimal, like, create some voting rights acts, or some not voting rights acts, that's not minimal, but do a couple of voter drives or whatever, and then have a $1 million house. Like I'm not talking about that. You've got to do like world changing seismic. Same with Kwame Ture. That guy spent decades upon decades into old age speaking, being on watch lists and everything. And I saw Kwame Ture speak live. I've been a fan of Kwame Ture in a long time. When I was in college, I saw him speak live. And one of the things, like, the Black Student Union was, complaining about was the money he charged. But I mean, that knowledge that he dropped and his history, and the things he had to put up with. I mean, that guy had to put up with a lot, and he put his time in, and he was basically living in exile, you know. And I was like, y'all pay rappers like 10 times that without blinking to come to the school and just, you know, just rap. Like, I think he deserves that money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, for real, like, if Kwame Ture had $4 million of real estate when he died, it wouldn't bother me. But see, I think what people really get upset about is, what have they done? Who have they gotten convicted? They couldn't even get anybody elected. They couldn't even bring out the black vote. Like, what have these people actually done to warrant a $4 million real estate portfolio? You know? And I think that's a problem. See, black people with money get turned on quick because most of the times how they get their money is by compromising black people. That's really the truth. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, they get turned on. Well, first off, I think if you do help the people, you're not going to get a lot of money. But I think if by some way some black person got rich by doing tangible things for black people, if they found a way, say through GoFundMe or whatever, to get rich, but it was proportionate to the amount of results they got for black people, I don't think people would turn on them that much, you know? And the other excuse that they kept using, they were saying this a lot. They were saying, oh, well, she gets her money from, she has an overall deal with Warner Media. And, you know, she has those book sales and she's getting money from that. And it's the books and everything. And this is why I think that's BS. The reason that's BS is, do you think if she wasn't making a name off the bodies of dead black men, do you think she'd be getting that overall Warner deal? Do you think like her writing is just that hot fire, that like she was on some kind of track to getting these overall deals with Warner, or like, you know, getting these books at major publishing houses before this happened? Like, because first off, the money those deals get, especially someone like her, like, those books aren't selling. And a lot of people see the New York Times bestseller list and they think that that's something that counts raw numbers. That's not what the New York Times bestseller list is. A lot of people don't know this. The New York Times bestseller list is a formula, and sales is only part of it. It's very political. It's very PR. There's ways to totally game it, and they try to incorporate like cultural importance and all this stuff, because if it was sheer sales, it would not look like it is now. It would be like, you know, the Larry the Cable Guy memoir and stuff on at number one. Like, it's kind of like when you look at ratings, like, okay, when you read Access Media and all this stuff, you'll think something like Mad Men or Breaking Bad is like the number one show in America, or Game of Thrones. But when you actually look at what most of the country watches, like the most watched thing in America every year will be something like 2.5 Men or NCIS or CSI or some shit like that, you know, that nobody recaps on Slate. No one does podcasts about. And it's the same thing with books. Like the New York Times, you know, like cultural people and tastemakers, the New York Times bestseller list is like a mix between a prestige award, PR thing that you buy, you know, which again is prestige awards are PR things you buy now anyway, so that's almost redundant, you know, and actual sales. Sales is part of the algorithm. If you go on, someone said, so it's like a blue check. Yeah, exactly. But if you go on YouTube, there's a lot of people who break it down about how it works. There's a guy on YouTube. There's a great video about it. Someone did a lawsuit about it back in the day. The author of The Exorcist had a book that was selling like crazy, and it couldn't get on the New York Times bestseller list. So he sued New York Times to get transparency about it. And the case, like, unveiled that it's not really about sales. You can look it up. It wasn't The Exorcist book. It was another one of his book, but the book was selling gangbusters. That's why a lot of those conservative books you won't see on New York Times bestseller list. And they don't make it transparent, but some people have an idea of how it works. They'll buy, but it's also a self-fulfilling prophecy, because this is what happens. The reason why it ends up ultimately working, and I'm going to put you all into some game. You just have to buy enough copies and petition enough of the right people and call in enough favors to game the algorithm for the first week or two, because so many people look to the New York Times bestseller list as a marker of quality and a marker of what they should be listening to, that once you get on it in the first couple of weeks, you end up actually starting to make sales. That's why they try to get on it so bad. So then what eventually happens is a lot of the things on the New York Times bestseller list will eventually settle out. And then the New York Times bestseller list can say, oh, even if we're not strictly a sales-driven thing, you can't say that we're totally fraudulent, because, everything on it as kind of sold. But it's sold because it was on the list. It's not on the list because it's sold. Does that make sense? So the reason I say that is, don't buy into that New York Times bestseller listing. It's not a real sign of demand. It's just another of these kind of prestige things. It's kind of planted on it. I say this to say that book advance money is not as big as these BLM boosters are trying to pretend. They're trying to pretend like she's got, like, how many people who are doing these fly-by-night influencer memoirs, like destined for the clearance bin with blue checks in media? Like, there's people on BuzzFeed, there's people who have a bunch of these things. There's a ton of people with these things. How many of them have $4 million portfolios? There's tons of influencers with these book deals. You don't see like Amanda Seales getting a $4 million real estate portfolio, and she's doing these kind of books and everything. Like, I don't believe that her overall deal with Warner Media and these book deals are getting, she does not move units like that. She's not Stephen King, and no one talks about her books. No one remembers them after. So, but the other thing is, even if by some miracle she actually was making straight up enough money off of these. By the way, I'm going to warn you, this is going to be a long one tonight. We have a lot of, well, I'm going to play it by ear. If you guys keep hitting the like and keep wanting us going, then we'll keep going. But there's a lot of stuff. It might be too much to cover in one episode. But if you guys stay in the room and keep sharing the stream, and the engagement stays high, then I'll just keep going as long as you guys want to keep going. But anywho, even if somehow there was enough demand and enough genuine advance money, whatever, to get a $4 million portfolio, it's only because of the activist work. Her Warner overall deal is all, if you read the press releases for the deal, she's hired to be the voice of activism. She's hired as the Black Lives Matter girl. Her writing gig. It's on the show. I forget what it's called. It's a freeform show. It's on the channel called Freeform. It used to be ABC Family. I think it was called Good Trouble or something. I've read the press release for that before. I'm not going to find it again because I want to keep things moving. But they basically said she was brought on the show Good Trouble to cover the social justice storyline, not to do general writing. So the writing staff is, doing all this. They're doing all this drama and college drama and girl drama and Gen Z drama. And Patrisse Cullors was brought in first as a consultant to there's like a woke black girl, I think, doing social justice. And she's just hired to do that. Like, so basically, even if this was real, it's still off of the activism, whether it's directly appropriating funds or somehow making a ton of money, which I don't believe. Because, I mean, we've seen how when these people back people up to vote, nobody goes to vote. They all put themselves behind Elizabeth Warren and kept promising they were going to get black people to vote. And South Carolina came, and Elizabeth Warren came in like third or fourth with black people. Like, these people do not move any boots on the ground when it comes to black people. Yeah, and Isaac is dropping some truth. Book buying isn't even a big consumer market in America outside of college. That's why these bookstores are closing. And the bookstores that still stay open, if you look at most of what they have on, like, it's just big blockbuster stuff, Yeah. I don't think she's getting $500K in speaking fees. I'm very skeptical. Obama is Obama. Like, I don't think she's getting speaking fees that reach up to $5 to like $1 million houses. I don't know. But so yeah, just to recap, I don't think they're making this. I don't think their activism warrants this kind of reward if they're making this housing bank off the activism. Like, rather than saying do black women or activists deserve to make money or not for their activism, I say, do you specifically, based on what you have accomplished with your activism, deserve it? And I even ask their boosters all the time, like, what have they accomplished? And these people can never give anything convincing. One person said, like, Oscar's so white. Like, okay, what does that mean? Like, and even that wasn't them. It was somebody else. It was that lady April Rain. But yeah, well, we don't know that she misappropriated funding. But what I'm saying is, they revealed that they got $90 million, and I think that's probably a conservative figure, to be honest. $90-something million since George Floyd. They were forced to account because people kept asking them to account. So people want to know, where did the $90 million go and what they spent it on. And they only started like giving these branches money after people kept, bothering them. Like, there's a managing director of Black Lives Matter called Kaylee Scales. She did an Ask Me Anything on Reddit. And when she did the Ask Me Anything, a whole bunch of the Reddit was dedicated to in the Ask Me Anything, where is the money going? How much money have you guys raised? Is there any financial transparency? And I guess it should have been, instead of being called the AMA, it should have been called the AMA EBAM, because it's really Ask Me Anything except about money. So yeah, that was false advertising. AMA EAM. That's what it should have been. But she did her AMA EAM, and she just refused to answer about the money, and people kept coming at her. Then it kind of became a news story. Everyone was talking about how she came out there. And what was funny, I don't have the screen cap ready, but what was funny is there was one answer in the AMA. Someone said, "How are you doing? How are you holding up?" And she's like, "Oh, it's fine. We just got some death threats." Like, she mentioned death threats in the AMA, which that was funny. I should have saved the screen cap of that. But after that, they announced like this fund, and the timing was so conspicuous. I mean, I mentioned it in the earlier last summer, one of our live streams. I wish I could tell you which one, so you didn't have to dig through them all. But you know what? Dig through them all. They're all good. And she talked about it there. I mean, we talked about it there, but they unveiled this fund that would go to local chapters. And what the fund was like a pittance. It was like, and it was money spread out over time. It was still a pittance of what was happening, but it was basically, I think, damage control for what happened in that AMA. And you can go to Reddit; it's still up. You go to Google Kaylee Scales. Kaylee spelled Kailee scales, like what you weigh things on. AMA, and you will see it. But yeah, she did a pretty bad job. She did a pretty bad job in it, and it didn't go well. It didn't go well at all. And there's also, in addition to the original AMA, there's a lot of coverage about how it didn't. So hold on, I'll show you an example. And a lot of people complain, oh, these stories about the AMA, you shouldn't read those, or you shouldn't trust them because they're from right-wing sources. But they never say you shouldn't trust them because they're not true. That's another thing they try to say. They say, don't believe the House thing because it came from right-wing sources. But that's not an indictment on the right-wing source. And it's not an excusing to the person being covered unless you can prove it's false. And these people, they never say it's false. Like, Patrisse Cullors never said, I didn't buy those houses. Patrisse Cullors never gives a transparent accounting of where the $90 million raised went to kind of prove that none of that went into the $4 million for the houses, right? What they do instead is they say, oh, you're falling into the right wing's trap, but that's your fault for, well, first off, it's not just their fault. It's the fault of the mainstream media. Because if the mainstream media wasn't pals with these people and wasn't practicing access journalism and cronyism, because most of these mainstream people, they want to be put on with Black Lives Matter. Is this a giant complex now? There's a media, academia, journalism, activism complex where everyone is a multi-hyphenate. That's what they call it now. You're multi-hyphenate. So you want your local activists to do good because your local activists might bring you along somewhere. Like Patrisse Cullors is getting into writers' rooms and gets a Warner overall deal. If you're a quote-unquote journalism, I hesitate to call them journalists, but if you're like a journalist and you give them good coverage, but you also have a screenplay in your back pocket, because that's what they all do now. They're all like freelance writers who have screenplays, who are trying to get into writers' rooms, but also want to appear as talking heads to do political punditry and stuff. Like, you have to be friends with everybody. And it's a very compromised scene. It's a total access-based scene. Media was always kind of access-based, but not like it is now. It's just open. So the white liberal editors and reporters and everything, they don't want to look racist. So, they don't want to cover this stuff and get it wrong. They pass it off to the Wakandan writing staff, the Black Excellence crowd. That's why I call it the Black Excellence White Ally Industrial Complex. It's just a bunch of Black Excellence Wakandans and white ally liberal white supremacists working together, and they don't care. But basically, all this converges to lead to nothing but puff piece treatment and poorly vetted people in this activism space. And if people like us, alternative Black media and all this stuff, talk about this stuff, we get shouted down, we get called hoteps, we get told to shut up. If you're a woman, you get called to pick me or all this stuff. And these horribly vetted people become the face of everything. The white allies don't care. They just like that they're saying what they want to hear. The black excellence people don't care because they want these people to win so that they can follow the same hustle later on, or these people turn around and put them on. Like I said, it's the mediocrity mafia. So you kind of create these people where it's like the right-wing media becomes the only place to get this legitimate criticism from. You've given the right-wing media this power. It's your fault. If you were doing your job and not doing, like, they're doing the right thing and the true thing for the wrong reasons, because they hate black people and they hate fighting racism and they hate the idea of ending white supremacy. They're giving the right information and doing the due diligence, but for the wrong reasons. But you've made them the only game in town to talk about this stuff. If you were doing the right thing for the right reasons, because you wanted the strongest black activism class, if you wanted the strongest black media, you would not be in this position. You give them this power. The activists give the right-wing media this power of being sloppy, and the black excellence white ally industrial complex gives this power by just being characterless shills. So, I mean, if you don't want people to listen to the right wing, then do a better job, both as an activist and as a media coverage class. But even now, they won't cover the shit. If you look at Washington Post, if you look at New York Times, you look at all this stuff, they're just acting like this stuff doesn't exist. Yeah, so someone said I got rear window action going on. Yeah, watch someone get killed in that window and then it gets caught on camera. Yeah, or someone just starts walking around naked. Who knows? Yeah, so I mean, you're not gonna go and damn, they turned it off soon as I said that. Isn't that crazy? Yo, imagine the person in there is watching the stream. Yeah, but yeah, all these people's objections are all so poor. They're just all different types of victim bullying or deflecting. So they're just like, you're falling for the right wing's thing. And it's like, well, is it not true? All you gotta do is just show it's not true. Show where the 90 million went. You could shut them up. If anything, you can put egg on their face so bad. But they will do anything but that. They will bring up every single harebrained response but that. Yeah, so yeah, so it's so anyway, let me get my head back on straight. The reason why I look down a lot is because when I look at the chat, I end up getting sucked into the chat. It's because y'all always saying funny stuff and making good points. So, but I also actually want to look at the chat to make sure I didn't miss any good comments. Oh, Jinkazi, much appreciated. Support your local podcast. Yeah, don't let Jinkazi make y'all look bad. Yeah. Oh, people in Italy saying what's up. Hey, what's going on, Zenio Bedo? Yeah, but I mean, as usual, everything I say, look it up. Google it. Google the Kaylee Scales thing. Google the articles on it and everything. Like this has been a long time coming, and that happened right at the start of George Floyd. Now the 90 million is just from last summer with George Floyd, and that's their accounting. We don't know what kind of creative accounting they do, but they've been in the game for like years, and they were not at their peak after George Floyd. So there was that other thing by the economists that estimated what they raked in as close to $1 billion, and I think that could be true. That 90 million is just from last summer. We have no idea how much they've been making. And something else to keep into account too, take into account, is in addition to getting that 90 million, we don't know what kind of creative accounting was done. They have a for-profit. It's a corporation. It's a Delaware corporation. People think it's a nonprofit, but it's a for-profit. Nonprofits are required to disclose their taxes. For-profits are not. So we don't really know how much they've been making because we don't have a full transparency with them. And it was supposed to be temporary, but they never made it nonprofit. So they've been for-profit since. And to show that what they gave was a pittance, after the Kaylee Scales thing, a year later, 1/4 of the chapters, we talked about this before, have gone to open revolt. So they have like about 40 local chapters. 10 of the 40 have wrote an open letter, and at least one of them has just left Black Lives Matter altogether. And another one in New York, when the 90 million came out, they were like, what the hell is this? We've gotten nothing. So that was just buying time. But so basically, this is all in response to the person that asked, are they appropriating funds? And I don't have any definite proof that they are, but there is just too many things together that they are not clearing up. Because, okay, maybe they're not appropriating funds, but you have 90 million raised just from last summer up until the time you made that report. Right? It's not even a full year. You have almost $4 million of houses, and you were shopping for a fifth house. People had to fight, and it was kicking and screaming. I think it was after 10 of the 40 local chapters wrote the letter, they finally did that accounting and came up with 90 million. And I'm sure they did the most creative, I'm doing my taxes in April 15th type of accounting to get that 90 million. I'm sure it's very, very conservative. It makes the $4 million in real estate look fishy. Now, next thing you can say is, say that they did some kind of accounting, that $90 million went somewhere. I don't know where it could go, but did it go to anything that actually helped Black people and got tangible results? Because if so, why can't they ever tell people what they've tangibly done? All they do is this March, Pray, Love, New Age woo shit about how they raised awareness and, are in community with people, making sure that Black bodies are heard and understood, and that, these spaces are spaces of restorative justice. Like, they never have anything tangible to say. It's just jargon fest and kumbaya stuff. But even if they didn't misappropriate funds, like I said before, then the next thing comes, if you got it from your private money, how much of that private money is due towards your activism? Like, your activism shouldn't exist to boost your writing and arts and corporate mogul career. If that's what your art has done, is just make you a Hollywood player, then that money is the people's money. It just is. You're using their stories to get rich, and you're not compensating them. But yeah, this is the article, and as usual, I think this is a right-wing site, but unfortunately, that's where you have to go, and it's whose fault is that? Like, they basically want to tell you you're forced to read us and our friends who are writing for the Washington Post and who are all part of the Black Excellence Industrial Complex. We're all friends. We all hang out together. We all add each other on Twitter. We're all at conferences together. We go to Ibram Kendi's anti-racism book festival and share panels together. That's the crowd you need to trust to report on us. our friends. You know, if you don't read the reporting of our friends and you just hate black people, you hate black queer writers, you hate black women writers, you hate activists, and if you listen to these right-wing articles that, you know, we're not even saying are untrue, you know, you're just not supposed to read them because of their identity, then you're falling for some trick. And what is the trick? The trick is divisiveness. Are they dividing you with lies? No, they're dividing with the truth that our friends don't want to report on us. Like, how do you expect any of this to work? Like, they really think we're stupid. They have to think we're stupid. So this Free Pressers article says Black Lives Matter gets big bucks but not ready for prime time, and it's about the Cullors-Khan AMA. Now, apparently, you can ask Black Lives Matter, quote unquote, anything except how the group spends the millions of dollars it's receiving from major corporations. In a Reddit Ask Me Anything AMA discussion on Monday, Black Lives Matter Managing Director Cullors-Khan dodged questions on where donations to the movement are going, Breitbart News reported, which is another odious site. These are odious sites, but you're serving them up red meat. You know, and you can go to the AMA, you can Google it. The AMA is still there. And it's not like you can even say they took it out of context for lying, because when you go there, it's all true. They're not lying about anything. They might be weaponizing it in bad faith, you know, and trying to use it to discredit legitimate activism. You know, I'm not going to cape for them and say that they're great people or doing it for great reasons, or, you know, not using it to hurt bad causes, but you've served it up to them, this weapon to hurt black causes. This ultimately falls on you. You know, you can't raise a profile of a bunch of grifters in hopes that, you know, you can eventually grift too and get a payday, and then get mad when some other group of people points out that you're grifters. So some of the stuff was like, when people give money to Black Lives Matter, where specifically does it go? What is financial transparency like for your organization? That's one of the questions. And she replies, "Hi, great question. Our programs are focused on civic engagement, expansion of chapters, arts and culture, organizing, and digital advocacy resources and tools. Please visit our website and subscribe to blacklivesmatter.com for updates and more information to come." The response did not satisfy the participants, who signaled disapproval by downvoting Scales' replies. As of Wednesday, her response had negative 1,163 net votes. That's the net votes. So then the top comment on the thread goes, "Why don't you post actual links to where the funding goes? This is not an answer." Several Reddit users question whether BLM is even a 501c3 nonprofit. And the funny thing is, I don't know why they question it. It's public record. You can look it up. There's a Delaware certificate on the internet. Certificates of incorporation are a public record. A lot of people don't know that. Same with nonprofits. You can pull up a nonprofits. Like, a lot of y'all wouldn't know this because so-called journalists don't actually do journalism. I've not gone to journalism school, but I think it's safe to say I do more investigative journalism than a lot of journalists. And I'm sure y'all see it. When you come here, I just pull up stuff all the time, and I have links for everything. And it's totally out there. And I didn't even know this. I used to not know this stuff until when I started this podcast and I got on Twitter. People would just email me stuff that I thought was like incredible dirt. And I'm like, this is crazy. Where is this from? And it said, oh, all you gotta do is Google this and that. Like, I learned how to do this stuff just from regular people who just were telling me crazy stuff and then telling me to just look it up and telling me how to get it. And then it was blowing my mind, because I'm like, wait a minute. So why are actual reporters not doing this? So iSign Info said, raising awareness is a long, slow, and expensive process, apparently. Getting Trump off of social media was higher in the list. Yeah, that's a list that they recently put out in February. Yeah. A lot of academia and media personalities are living up to that great Gatsby trope about supposedly wealthy and educated people having personal libraries of books they never read. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but also get the likes up. You know, we should definitely have more likes up in here. And let me do the quick house cleaning. If you enjoy what we do, then by all means, there's various ways to support us. So hit the super chat if you're enjoying the stream. That's that dollar sign at the bottom where the chat is in the live chat, and you can either donate with stickers or you can donate with regular money. In which case, you get a highlighted comment, and we will read your comment on the screen. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah. So if you pay us, we will read your comment on the screen. And like, comment, share, subscribe is free. So, you can always just hit a like. You can always share with your friends and let people know we're on here. Share right now. Go on your Twitters, go on your social medias, go on your Facebook, and share the link to this. Let people know we're up in here and get more people joining, because it's going to get better. Like, we just cracked the iceberg. We just hit the tip of the iceberg. I'm mixing metaphors. Pay me no mind. And you could Venmo or Cash App us at Champagne Sharks. I think Google takes like 30% off the top of the super chat and stuff. So, by all means, if you want to Venmo or Cash App us instead at Champagne Sharks, I think we end up getting more of it. But we appreciate it nonetheless. Helps us get better equipment, helps us reinvest in the show. You can see I'm improving the setup here. A lot of that is due to the help that you guys give. And you can PayPal us at champagnesharks@gmail.com. And we're going to leave this ticker here on the bottom with all the information that I, put up there. Also, if you want to subscribe to our podcast and get double the episodes, patreon.com/champagne sharks. Definitely check that out. Even if you're already a subscriber, consider upgrading to an annual subscriber where you pay for a year at once. You get a 10% discount. So yeah, that's the house cleaning. Now we're going to get back to business. There's a lot of good comments. Before I keep going, let me read some more comments, because I've been slacking on reading the comments. And if you donate, your comment jumps out, so it's easier to see, and I will definitely read the comment on the screen. Oh yeah, some woman on Twitter, it says journalism school is a waste of time. Some dumb bitch journalist yesterday said, as a journalist, you don't expect the government to lie to you. You should be fired for that. It's just all about access. That's everything. Even paparazzi only care about access now. Like, the paparazzi used to like sneak through your garbage and ambush you outside your house. Now, like, they want to be buddies with you and everything. It's very funny. And they're supposed to be the most like relentless dirt seekers that there is. Yeah, but $90 million since June. Again, conservative amount. Years of anyway. Back to this article. So here's an example. On Monday, Airbnb donated $500,000 to Black Lives Matter and the NAACP, and said that they'll be matching donations to both groups. And honestly, just eyeballing it, there were so many 500,000, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million donations just from big corporations and celebrities and stuff, that I feel like the 90 million is a lowball estimate. Because just from that that first month of George Floyd, I just remember so many announcements. John Cena, B2K, all these big tech companies and stuff. Yeah, so I'm really yeah, so anyway, there are a bunch of stories, but again, you don't have to read these right-wing Breitbart and all this stuff. Just go to the original um Reddit AMA EAB and you'll see it. So these people have been like losing credibility left and right. Now, what's been happening is I'm gonna show we're gonna run through a bunch of stuff right now. So I'm gonna try to go fast, and I'm gonna pull up some stuff real quick. Different things have been disappearing about them, and this is another thing that you can do yourself if you want to know. I was thinking of doing like a show or a blog post about kind of coaching people how to do their own research and everything, because you really can't trust this media anymore. Like they suck. But one thing you can do, there's a site called archive.org. It's the Wayback Machine. You can find a ton of stuff on the Wayback Machine. I don't know why. It's a very basic thing that you can do. Right wingers do it all the time when they get mainstream jobs in the media, and it's time to scrub their old white nationalist blog. They scrub their old blogs off the Wayback Machine. You can write the Wayback Machine people and ask to have your site history taken off, but for some reason, I guess they're too busy buying houses. BLM hasn't done this, so you can find a bunch of original drafts of BLM's website and a lot of fuckery on it. They've edited it so much to try to get away from. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna stay on as long as people keep liking, commenting, donating, and watching. Yeah. Hold on. Ezekiel, thank you for the donation. And Ezekiel says, I was reading BLM was raising tens of millions of dollars around the time King Seals died. It's Darren Seals. Definitely look him up from Ferguson. Also, and people thought I was crazy. Kaepernick also took it too far. I stopped watching football because of him. Okay. Now, yeah, BLM is the D-Ray for corporations. D-Ray himself is a D-Ray for corporations. So they're all the same. They're all the same thing. But I'm gonna pull up this thing. Let me find what I was pulling up. Hold on. I have like 5.5 million tabs up. Something else you can do is a lot of times, like these corporations paywall their websites, but if it's down, right? You can, if it's down, but the first day it was free, you can use the Wayback Machine and go back to the first day the article came out, and it'll be free again, because that's how it was the first day it came out. So that's another tip. And Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors lands Warner Brothers TV production deal. And this is a deal that they want you to believe got her 4 houses. So Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors has signed an overall production deal with Warner Bros. Television Group to create original programming that raises Black voices on streaming services and traditional TV channels. The multi-year agreement announced Thursday represents Cullors' first overall production deal with a Hollywood studio. Building on her political activism, the Los Angeles native plans to work with the studio to develop scripted dramas and comedies, docuseries, and animated programming for children, young adults, and families. And this, I want to show this article. Even in this glorified press release, they say that it was done to build on her political activism. And she goes, Black voices, especially Black voices who have been historically marginalized. So again, she's working in the activism. This isn't like just a deal like to get rich. This is part of her activism. She's getting this deal to help Black voices that have been historically marginalized are important and integral to today's storytelling. Cullors said in the statement, our perspective and amplification are necessary and vital to helping shape a new narrative for our families and communities. Now, when Donald Glover signs a deal, he doesn't use that language. Even Issa Rae doesn't use that language. This is activism language. Like, I'm showing you this stuff to show that she's trafficking in this activism to get these deals, and she's even trying to characterize it as activism. That's why I think it's BS to try to say she didn't get it from her activism. She got it from her creative stuff. No, the creative stuff is treated as an extension of her activism, and she gets it because of her activism. That's the whole reason that she even gets it to begin with. The book she wrote is a memoir, and it's a memoir of her activism. Like, the material of the book is her activism. It's a kind of roundabout way of trying to hide that it's still about her activism. And again, we're not obligated to just take at face value that she got it from the Warner overall thing. Is it possible? I don't believe it, but maybe it is possible. But we're not obligated, because that's another thing. These people's defenders and them, they act like you're just obligated to just buy any BS answer to give you. So we're not obligated to just take any plausible thing and give us. Okay, well, of course it's from the book. No, explain to us how it's not from the 90 million. Show where the 90 million went. Show that the first off, the 90 million is even a real number. And and then tell us how much you got paid off the these deals that you got from your using the cultural capital you got from your activism, And it said Warner Brothers said it would collaborate with Cullors in support of the Black Lives Matter movement and to provide more opportunities for Black producers, writers, and other talent. So this deal is supposed to be done to support Black Lives Matter. Warner Brothers said that we're doing this to support Black Lives Matter. It's right there. I'm not making it up. It said it will collaborate in support of Black Lives Matter. Giving her this deal is seen as supporting the cause. And again, I'm not unfairly characterizing. This stuff is right there. If I'm being dishonest, like, anybody show me how, Oh, hey, Ezekiel. Ezekiel has another comment. Let me clean that up. I support Cap. Just thought he became too calculated after the Nike money came in. Now he's with Netflix. It's a bit much. Yeah, I mean, the reason I didn't follow up on that was because I have so much material to cover, so I didn't want to get on the whole tangent. But I mean, I personally don't fully disagree. That's like a topic for another show for sure. Also, I like to not talk about anything until I do like the research. Like, you see all these receipts I have today. I always like to have the research, but personally, I didn't see anything invalid with what you said. I think it's a understandable opinion. Let's see what else. In July, the CBS television studios entered in a multi-year agreement with the NAACP to develop and produce documentaries and scripted and unscripted content. So this is like the new thing. Warner Brothers declined to disclose financial terms of its deal with Cullors. And like I said, even if it turns out she made a boatload of money and it was house-making money, we were told this was in support of Black Lives Matter, and it was done to build on Black Lives Matter. So that's still not a get out of jail free card. You know what I mean? So yeah, all the article, half the article is donated to her activism and what she's been doing. And this is her statement. As a longtime community organizer and social justice activist, so she keeps bringing this up when talking about her entertainment work. I believe that my work behind the camera will be an extension of the work I've been doing for the last 20 years. So let's repeat that again. As a longtime community organizer and social justice activist, I believe that my work behind the camera will be an extension of the work I've been doing for the last 20 years, meaning her activism. So don't tell us this is a separate thing from her activism. It's an extension of her activism in her own words, and it builds off of her activism. And it's supposed to be supporting somehow this activism. But these people are bad faith people. They don't really believe half of their thank you, Maximilian. They don't really believe most of what they say anyway. They just want people to shut up so that, like, they want the grift cycle and the Black excellence, white ally industrial complex to stay alive long enough for them to cash in. So that's the only reason these people are mad. They just want you to shut up because they haven't cashed in yet. It's kind of like when you're in a bubble, like a housing bubble or a stock market bubble, .com bubble, cryptocurrency bubble, whatever bubble. And you're trying to get your chips together and line up all your ducks so you can partake in the bubble. Even if you know it's a bubble, even if you know the companies are bullshit or fraudulent or whatever, you might just not have been lucky enough or ready to buy in yet. And there's a FOMO, there's a fear of missing out. You're seeing all these like mediocre people getting platforms and getting paid and getting TV deals and book deals. And a lot of these people are betting on that. They're hoping, just please, it's going to take me a while. I'm not ready yet. You know, I'm still tweeting. I only got like 4-digit follower count. You know, I'm working on my tweet game. You know, I'm adding all the right people. I've got the jargon. You know, I'm talking about spaces and every other sentence and being in community and restorative justice. Like I'm almost ready for prime time. Just don't let this bubble burst. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been working on everything but my actual craft. And if this whole social media activist bubble like flops, I'm dead. Because, you know, I don't know how to actually do anything. Yeah. So, I mean, there's 501c3 Twitter. Yeah, they're not even 501c3s. You know, they're not. Black Lives Matter is not a 501c3 or LLC. They're a Delaware corporation. They're straight up INC Twitter, like social justice INC Twitter. So yeah, they're the same way like Miramax back in the day was like big studio money with indie movie aesthetic. Like these people are like corporate money and corporation money with the 501c3 aesthetic, you know, with like a coding on the 501c3. Yeah. So I mean, some of them are already on faculty. Like Patrisse Cullors is faculty somewhere as well. Yeah, a lot of these people are faculty. If you're ever bored, you should read their rate my professor stuff, and you'll see a lot of fuckery. But sorry, excuse me. We are going to keep moving. If you enjoy what we do, hit like, subscribe to this channel, share this channel with your friend, donate to us and the places scrolling below, and yeah, just let everybody know how much you like the show. Now, I want to show this thing. Across all platforms, we have 90 people. So that's good. So I'm going to keep going. This I think is pretty fun. It's from December 2020. Now check this out. Now, a lot of those anti-woke leftist people have been complaining about the CIA and trying to use it as some kind of proof that identity politics and being anti-racism is a joke, because everybody knows if there's anyone you take at face value, it's the CIA. If there's any group that doesn't know the power of propaganda, it's the CIA. You know, so CIA had some woke commercials, and somehow the fact that somebody was misappropriating identity politics language in the most vapid, self-serving neoliberal way was somehow proof that doing any type of fighting for identity was automatically bad, as opposed to, hey, maybe these are just insincere grifters. And the reason I bring that up is because I want to see how those people feel about stuff like this. And I'll show you right now. Because there's a lot of this happening now around the time of this. For people who don't know, to give context to this, when these people first came out, one of the things that they said on their webpage, BLM, the original version of the webpage, was that they were trained Marxists. And, you know, being trained Marxists, and they were using a lot of like Marxist language. And, you know, we haven't seen any actual Marxism. And check this out. This is a good comment. Before I show the video, this is a great comment. Some of those people are angry at the CIA for saying POC and cis, then actually torturing, murdering, money laundering, coups, trafficking guns, drugs, and human beings. Insanity. Or some of those people do believe the CIA does those things, but then thinks that the CIA is totally earnest in this. Yeah, the priorities are really, really messed up. But anyway, going to this, let me know if you can hear it. The viewer count's going up, so I'm going to stay on for at least another hour. But yeah, just keep it up. As long as the viewer count goes up or the donations go up, we'll just keep staying on. So check this out. This is from December 2020. And she goes, am I a Marxist? Because people were asking her about the Marxist thing. They were pulling up that quote.
So y'all asked, and I am ready to answer. Am I a Marxist? Let's get into it.
Okay.
Hey everybody, my name is Patrisse Cullors. I am the co-founder of Black Lives Matter. I'm also the executive director of the Black Lives Matter Global Network. And welcome to my YouTube channel. We're gonna talk about something that I have been accused of over the last several months. It's been intense at times, it's been hilarious at times, but I feel like I need to set the record straight. Am I a Marxist? I've seen a lot of y'all's comments. In fact, I got them right here. Do not fall for their trick. They're pushing a communist agenda. I'm sorry, this is really funny.
It's
so
funny.
Despicable how Marxists.
It's funny, but not for the reasons that she's pretending. I'm actually not sure what the reason she's pretending is, but the reason why it's funny is because they're capitalists through and through. They're the most craven capitalists you could find. That's what makes it funny, is that you're a liar and they fell for it. Not. But anyway, going on.
Have infiltrated the civil rights movement and turned it into a monster.
Instead of laughing, if she was these things, she'd be like, hell yeah, I am these things and you can't stop me. But anyway, let's keep going.
He's trying to burn the whole system down. Admitted trained Marxists and Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors sends strongly worded letter to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, demanding they bow to their Black liberation domestic terror agenda. We warned you this was coming, and now it's here. Patrisse Cullors is a Marxist. All right, y'all. I mean, let's just talk about it. Am I a Marxist? I'm a lot of things. I do believe in Marxism. It's a philosophy that I learned really early on in my organizing career. We were taught to learn about the systems that were criticizing capitalism. We were taught to understand why there were philosophies that were criticizing capitalism. I'm working on making sure that people don't suffer. I'm working.
It's not really an answer. She had said, am I a Marxist? Well, I learned a lot about Marxism. I was taught to study a lot of things that criticize capitalism. I'm against people suffering. Like, okay, wait, are you a Marxist or not? But go on.
To make sure people don't go hungry. And these comments that I've received have been incredibly hurtful. It means that so many people who have listened to people like me inside Black Lives Matter and across other social justice organizations aren't really taking our work very seriously. But I do believe that we can get to a place where there's a socioeconomic system that doesn't oppress some groups of people.
What is that system?
And only uplifts a few. We can't allow for fear to dictate how we understand what's possible. You want to know a funny fact? Everybody called Dr. Martin Luther King a communist. That was the terrible word he was called forever.
So, okay, what does that prove? Does that prove you're somehow Martin Luther King? I mean, they call Barack Obama a communist. They call a lot of people communists. I mean, I don't know.
Until he was assassinated. And now, everybody loves Dr. Martin Luther King.
Yeah, everyone loves a fake version of him that only said 4 sentences taken out of context of a speech about something totally different. That they renamed the speech out of like 4 out of context afterthought sentences. And what does everybody loving you have to do with anything about whether your politics are? I mean, everyone doesn't love the actual Martin Luther King. They only love him because they killed him and changed his image to stand for something else. Now people just think Martin Luther King marched for Black people to be friends with and date and hang out with white people. You know, like that's really all they think that he really fought for, and for no one to take the color of skin into account when judging justice, which is the total opposite of what he believed. Yeah, so people like him for out of context things, or things that are outright the opposite of what he actually believed. So like this sentence makes no sense. Like, what does any of this have to do with whether or not in the first place that you're a Marxist or a communist? All you've said is, hey, I study and believe a lot of things. Let's go through everything she said. I'm going to show, this is what I call March, Pray, Love. Like everything these people talk is just airy fairy clouds. They just build castles in the sky. I mean, like, if you compare it to like my Kwame Ture clips that I play on here, or Elaine Brown, where like they'll name names and name systems and say what they believe in and call people out. Everything these people do is just very childish in the thinking, but it's said. So this is what she's done so far. She put a bunch of clips from like the biggest chuds possible. Is that proves something? Like, look at these white trash irrational rednecks, and she just cherry picked. Anybody can do that, no matter if the cause is good or not. You can always find a few weird comments. Then she goes, so am I a Marxist? Well, you know, I've studied a lot of things. I believe in fair systems. What are the systems? Let's not worry about that. You know, I believe in things where things don't only help a few, but help, you know, suffering people. Who are the suffering people? How does it help them? What tangible steps are you making to do that, make that happen? What is your program? What is your itinerary? No, we're just saying stuff. We just want these things, and wanting them is enough. We should get 4 houses worth of good intentions. You know, that's what I'm giving you. And hey, everyone, meaning white people and a lot of bushy Black people, hated Martin Luther King, and they called him a communist. Was he one or not? It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna get into the factual thing of whether he was one or not. My answer to that, everyone called him a communist, but now they love him. And it's like, okay, what does that have to do with whether or not he's a communist? Did they love him because he's a communist? Did they love him because he turned out not to be a communist? Is him being loved supposed to signify that he actually wasn't a communist, and that makes him good? Are you saying communism isn't good? Are you saying that them loving him means that America came around to communism and that communism was good? I don't know, because you haven't defined whether or not he's actual communist. All you said was that they called him a communist and now they love him. Like, if you actually try to like parse what the content of these things are, there's nothing ever being said. Nothing coheres into anything. It's just a string of things that sound, because the internet has trained people to argue and think like this, and no one has an attention span anymore. The same way people will write in the comment section, if someone doesn't get to the point in 2 minutes on a YouTube video, like I was talking before, and people say, "Hey, get to the point. It's like 2 minutes." Like, that's the same scatterbrain thinking that produces and enjoys this kind of circular speech.
Nobody talks about his work as being work that was terrible or bad. And so our movement, at the core of it, we believe in the liberation of every single human being. What structure will get us there? Not our current one. We can see that right now because of COVID-19. Who's being impacted the most by COVID-19? The poor. Who's being impacted the most by COVID-19? Black folk.
What's that have to do with whether or not you're a Marxist and whether Marxism is good? Because you're so afraid to actually commit to saying you're a Marxist that you're not willing to say that Marxism is going to solve this stuff. You just keep saying life is unfair and things should be more fair, but you also don't want to say you're a Marxist, but you also want to kind of act like you're a Marxist so that you win those people over too. You're trying to be something to everybody, so you end up being nothing.
Latinx folks. And so if we lived in a system that cared for everybody, COVID-19 wouldn't be as big of an issue.
And there's a system that cares for one. What is it called? Is it Marxism?
We could just look at countries overseas who are dealing with it completely differently because they actually value human lives. That's what our movement believes in. We believe in the valuing of human lives. Damn, should I make a video about that? I don't know if it's worth us talking about communism because
I don't know if it's worth us talking about communism. So after all that, like, who's going to sway? If you're an actual Marxist, are you going to like be really emboldened by this? Like, oh my God, just Marxism is really, this is the best ambassador for Marxism ever. If you're against Marxism, this is not going to win anybody over either. I mean, those crackpots still think Barack Obama and Joe Biden are like carrying Mao's Red Book, despite how clearly spineless they are.
It just has such a bad rap.
Well, because it's failed every time. That's why it has a bad
But
rap.
so has capitalism.
Absolutely.
This is the closest she gets to a good point, but to say it's failed every time, I think to agree with the premise that it's failed every time, I think is problematic in and of itself, but that's a whole different. But the fact that she should not even accept the premise that it failed every time. So that alone makes me wonder how much of a trained Marxist she is. Like, who trained her? Because that's a very, if you're a quote unquote trained Marxist, you get the answer to that question in Marxism 101.
Absolutely.
Because the US is so good at propaganda and being like, it has sold the idea of the American dream, and that's tied into capitalism and wealth. It's much harder to sell communism, given that so much of the experiment has failed around the world. All right, y'all. So I am pretty done on talking about socioeconomic structures. So we're about to wrap it up.
She said, I'm pretty done talking about socioeconomics. You didn't talk about anything. like she just dropped the master clinic.
So after you watch this video, how about you pop your comment in about what you now believe in? I want to know. And just so you know, I've been practicing this for the last few days. It's my big YouTube moment. I'm going to tell you 3 things. Like, subscribe, and ring that motherfucking bell.
Oh, all right. This thing got 54,000 views. She has 26,000 subscribers. Now, for someone who's getting $90 million in donation money and getting Warner overall deals and everything, that's kind of low. The follower count, I mean, it's more than I have, but I mean, who am I? But I mean, I'm sure a lot of the views are just like hate views from like weird reactionary chuds and stuff, right? Like, you look at the comments are turned off, of course. So she said, please leave a comment. Then the comments are turned off. I'm sure it didn't go well. But the reason I put that up there is because I want to show these people don't have a grassroots organic following. Wakandans only really get engagement or followings as members of platforms. Now, what do I mean by that? You know what? I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example right now. Like, hold on, I'm gonna pull up an example. Like, Issa Rae has been signing some huge deals. Her deals are pretty huge, and she signed yet another deal. And her deal is for her new production company, Hooray, spelled Hoorae, Rae as in Issa Rae. And when you go to her actual site, she doesn't really get a huge amount of engagement on most of her videos, but she's getting these like multi-million deals, and people aren't really like engaging her content like that. But I want to show you something real quick. So we're going to pull up this page. This new setup, I look like a creeper. I don't know. How's that? I gotta figure this out, but I feel like I'm doing like Zoom sex or something. I don't know. I thought I'd have a different vibe, but I don't know if I've gotten the vibe I'm going for. But okay, check out. It says 500,000 subscribers. So, that's pretty good. I'd kill for 500,000 subscribers. I think a lot of people subscribe because it's Issa Rae. They see her on the platform, then they subscribe. Because it's Issa Rae. But then the actual videos get like 2,800 views, 3,000 views. She tries to listen to these videos on the craft. So are you ready for development? Finding representation. That's 1 week ago. 3,000 views. Getting started as a writer. That's 8,000 views. The premiere of Build a Table series has 42,000, but I suspect that one was probably covered in newspapers. So they probably had a lot of different coverage and papers about Issa Rae announces Build a Table series coming, and they embedded the video. Because they embedded the video in these like articles, she gets 42,000 views, but then the next one is back to 7,000. But she has one here a month ago, 152,000. I'm going to tie this back to Patrisse Cullors, so you have to bear with me. But I promise this will all tie you in. I'm not just going all over the place. But I want to show you what I mean by they're only like these members of platforms, not an organic really following. So check this out.
Hey,
she put this up. Yeah, this was covered everywhere. It was all over Twitter. And if you search Hooray on Twitter or on Google, there's all these blue checks and wanna checks. Wanna checks are the people I talk about who tweet like blue checks and act like blue checks and have a bunch of bylines or creative or whatever in their bio and everything, but haven't actually like made it yet. Like they're still climbing, but they cheerlead for the institution of blue checkery, because they're planning to cash in on it at some point. The same way a lot of Americans cheerlead capitalism and the stock market, even though they're not in it yet, because they expect to eventually be able to play. But check this out. She announces her new company. It's Hooray and Issa Rae company, and we're going to do a whole video, about this video because there's like no soul in this video. There's no love of the creative. This is like a Silicon Valley pitch video that you give to VCs with metrics and charts. There's like no vision, no anything. It's the most soulless thing, but that's not, the point. I want you to see what it's about so that you can associate it with the view count.
Hey, I'm Issa Rae, and you may know me from my web series, The Misadventures of Awkward Black Girl, or my TV show, Insecure, or some of the movies I've done, The Lovebirds, The Photograph, and I am the CEO of Hooray.
Now, I'm going to ask, who is this for? Like, I feel like it's not common for like creators and stuff to sign and ink big deals and then make videos for this. Like, it can't be for the investors because she already got the investors. Is it for the fans? Because if it's for the fans, she didn't really talk about shows or anything. Like, she didn't say, here's the next 4 shows we have coming out. You're going to love it. Like, to give an example, when Michael Bivins started his production company, he had like these 5 or 6 acts. So one was Boys to Men. And he did a video. It was a music video, but it was like the East Coast Family. I think that's what they were called. And it was showcasing all of his groups on one song. And each of them had a verse. Like, Michael Bivins didn't come out and say like, hey, we started the East Coast Family and here's some graphs about how we are. Like, it's a very weird video. Peep how little creative is discussed with it.
Name Hooray came from the actual play on words. Hooray! It's a celebration of us. It's a celebration of our stories of these times. And on a more personal tip, my aunt, Ray Hayward, was a visual artist who started an initiative in the Bay Area called Hooray for the Arts, where it was all about championing other Black artists that weren't getting recognition. And so in making my own company, I wanted to honor her. When I started on the internet, I just wanted to create. And in creating content for the web, you kind of have to be all things. You can't just be a creator. You have to be a marketer. You have to be a business person. You have to be a promoter. You have to have all these different facets to create your content. And I think I was doing that anyway. And as I got more opportunities, I wanted to grow these businesses and legitimize.
Now, she's not promoting her work. She's promoting herself. Now, the thing with these people, this is what influencers do. And this is what reality show people do, whatever. They don't exist to build the work. The work exists to build them. And what I mean by that is, there are people who have like a couple of great novels in them or a couple of great shows, and they spend years dreaming of making this show come to life. And they will write and think and pour out blood, sweat, and tears. Like, the book Watchmen is always going to be bigger and more famous than Alan Moore. But Jeremy O'Harris is already bigger than Slave Play. And Issa Rae is already bigger than Awkward Black Girl and Insecure. Like, Insecure is not really going to be rewatched in 10, 20, 30 years like The Jeffersons was. It's so internet based and trendy and dated. Like, I'm sure the first season already ages well, and it's hard to watch. But it doesn't matter because she's already onto 10 different things. Because the point is Hooray, the point is herself. So, artists exist to birth the work, but content exists to birth the influencer. Like the content exists to. The content exists to elevate the product of the influencer. The influencer is the product, whereas with the artist, the work is the product. And so this is all about her and how this is going to build her, not about how this is going to build great works that last. There's no, like, the best movies out there. How many people, the best work of art books, how many people know the publishing house, know the production company, or any of that stuff? But it's very different now. But anyway, let's go on.
And started working with the people around me to create these businesses on a larger scale. I created my first web series in college, and I was just making stuff, but I didn't think that I was official enough to have a production company, even though I was producing. And so I called the brand Issa Rae Presentations. By the time I did Awkward Black Girl and that audience started growing and I started working with more people, I was like, you know what? I'm making productions. So it turned into Issa Rae Productions. And I've been operating as Issa Rae Productions from 2011.
Like, picture like if Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball did a special on the business of Desi Lou. Like, nobody would care. People care about I Love Lucy. People don't, years down the road, after Desi Lou has a big track record of making shows like Star Trek and I Love Lucy, maybe someone else will make the documentary about Desi Lou. You know what I mean? But they didn't just create Desi Lou and then make our own like video about the company. I didn't even mention the works and how, if you support this company, you're going to help support them. And don't you want them to win? Meaning you. Like, if I win, then you're going to win, because if I can do this, the president will be there for you to dream of doing the same thing at some point. That's kind of what she's selling here.
To 2020 until decided to put all of the businesses, Color Creative, Radio, and ultimately Issa Rae Production.
Now she's like Oprah, and she puts her name in everything. Like Radio, RAE, Issa Rae Productions, and now Hooray. So again, self-elevation.
And put that under the Hooray Media umbrella.
So now she's got a chart of the structure of her company. And again, who was this for? She's already sold the company. She got the investors. Why would the fans care about this? Like, why is she talking about this instead of what she's actually going to make?
In 2012, when I was working on Awkward Black Girl, I had my first general meeting with Casey Bloys at HBO. He was an exec then. And in 2013, they brought me back to pitch what became Insecure, and they bought that show. It aired in 2016. And so we've leveraged that show into opportunities for other creators, obviously opportunities to create more shows, and more recently, opportunities to create films and other television shows across all of Warner Media.
So she lists a couple of shows here. I know two of them. I don't know the other two. And then she doesn't list actual films, but she lists people she's going to do the films with.
Our roots are in digital. I would not be here if it weren't for digital. As a company, we recognize all the value and potential that exists in the digital space. Since 2012, we've used our digital platform.
She's showing her things that she did. These are YouTube videos she did. Ratchet Peace Theater. And when she launched her Patreon first. This is aspirational for wanted checks. This is aspiration porn for wanted checks and Wakandans and Black creatives.
Platforms as a space to introduce new creators and create new web series, fund those web series. And in 2014, I started using Patreon as a way to support these creators financially, to be able to license short films, to be able to fund productions. And now it not only serves as support to creators, but it is a hub for creating community-driven events such as a SIP, Pieces, and our Find Your People party. My journey in the digital space was
a Find Your People party. So like, networking events. She's gonna create networking events where you can hopefully meet people like her and get to network and maybe, sell something.
Very unique in that I had been pitching to traditional networks and trying to break in traditionally with no luck. And in doing Awkward Black Girl, was able to build an audience such that networks reached out to me to make content. And
now what I'm getting to is I think this is a pitch for people to maybe want to contribute as well. So, if you're a so-called multi-hyphenate content creator, in addition to being aspiration porn, maybe you can, pitch things to her thing or get put on. So either aspiration porn or a how-to, for how you can do it, and also like why you might want to try to work with her company, because these things are like multi-level marketing or like the mob. You have to get your capos, you have to get your people under you. She's building like her Amway team.
And so Denise and I were really inspired by that model, and I had my own recent frustrations in the industry, in the television industry, and we decided to start.
What is it that Amway is? Is it Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme? Are they the same thing? Whichever one of those that is, Ponzi or pyramid, I always forget. That's what I think. All creative is now. Like everyone just makes production companies and then just gets their own like little crew under them, and then those people get their own crew, like the mafia or like multi-level marketing. But that's a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme, whichever one.
Our Color Creative in 2019, Color Creative transitioned from a production company with new creators in mind to a management company for multi-hyphenates. And in 2020, we hired.
Yes, she said multi-hyphenates as a good thing.
Talitha Watkins to run the company, and her vision has been instrumental to expanding our clientele.
We're really excited about our clients and their vision to build businesses within their community and an ecosystem.
So see, like their clients and to build business in their communities. So again, just trying to get her Primerica or Amway team under her. This is an Amway pitch. That's what I think this kind of is.
System for their content the way that you have. It all started with the dream that you and Denise had in 2014. And myself and Ashley, Jordan and Amira and the team around Color Creative were really excited about the future.
When we built Radio, our music label, we knew that we wanted to create a space where we were artist friendly, where artists could own their masters, where they could feel like they had a say in their development. That's what I would have wanted as an artist. That's what I want as an artist. That's what I seek. Places that understand me and that are more collaborative. And that's absolutely the space that we wanted to create with Radio.
As an audio everywhere company, we're extremely excited to be able to continue to push the envelope when it comes to literally being audio everywhere. So that's music, that's podcasting, that's music supervision, that's the live.
So again, very little talk of the actual stuff that they're making, just the structure, the money that could be made, the opportunities, so it's a VC pitch, it's a Silicon Valley pitch mixed with a multi-level marketing.
That's live events. Anywhere that
and those aren't really two different things, because really like the .com world really is a giant Ponzi scheme with voodoo economics behind it.
Audio exists, we want to play a part, and we're excited to continue on that path.
We're very intentional about how the departments of Hooray work together. When a radio artist is looking for exposure, of course, we have our music supervision arm, and our own Hooray Film, TV, and Digital slate offers music sync opportunities. When Hooray Film and TV needs to staff writers or directors for our content, we may look to Color Creative's roster of clients.
So this is like the mob. They create a bunch of businesses and then give each other work, which, some people call it synergy. I mean, it's not a horrible thing, it's cost effective, but I just find it very interesting that they're kind of just saying we're just a bunch of businesses. Now, why am I bringing this up and talking about Patrisse Cullors? Because I feel like this whole thing is how they do activism. the problem with these multi-hyphenates, if you ever see, they always say, I'm an actor slash activist slash content creator slash this. And I think the reason why they have all the slashes, because those are all kind of decoy careers and decoy jobs. And what they really are is like, corporate influencers and whatever. But this is what Movement for Black Lives and Black Lives Matter and Campaign Zero, like, the reason I'm playing this, and maybe I should have planted the seed from the beginning to make it a little more obvious, but everything that they're describing here is exactly what they see activism and everything they do is. Like, we're going to help our friends. We're going to create like multi-level marketing. We're going to also pitch to investors at the same time. We're going to show how we can create value for you. We're going to show how, and the same way like there's no actual talk about shows created is the same way these activist groups have no talk about what are you going to accomplish? What is going to happen to Black people on the ground? Like, just like the shows and the content is an afterthought to the idea of, don't you want to be a part of this? There's money to make. And look at me. All this is elevating my fame more than I'm elevating the work. That's the same attitude that goes into, I think, what Patrisse Cullors is doing at Black Lives Matter. She's doing kind of the same thing. It's like, look at all these verticals, look at all these different things that we create that you can move and create here, and we sign up other activists instead of signing up content creators, like sign up other aspiring celebrity activists and stuff like that.
And our events arm services all the company's needs, from music programming to short film screenings to community networking events. And that's why it's so exciting to be able to have all of these facets under the Hooray umbrella. It's a celebration of all that we can do and all the different ways that we can tell these stories. We're about to change the game. You're not ready for the vision. Yeah, right.
Just about to change.
Shit is coming through.
About to change the game. There's a bunch of pictures of herself. Look what's up here. Like 90% pictures of her. And yeah, I think that's the same type of thing that they want to do with activism. If you look at their web pages or their videos and they promote where they're going in the activism space, it's all the same thing. They have the same tone, the same language, the same striving and climbing and narcissism disguised as activism and community, let me catch up on. Someone made a donation. Meme Boy said, "Appreciate your work, T." Thank you. Let me see if I can find that comment. Oh, that's not nice. Don't say that. Actually, I don't know who he's talking about because this is an old clip, so I don't know if that's to Patrisse Cullors or Issa Rae, but either way, that's not nice. Do not use your donations to slander people's looks. That's shame on you. It's unfortunately I want to look for Meme Boys. There's a limit to how far it lets me scroll up, so I can't put yeah, she's really pretty. She has great skin too. She's gorgeous. But yeah, she's very low in charisma to me. Yeah, so it's basically like everything I'm showing there is what these people do. That's the same way they do the activism, and that's how they pitch the activism, because it's all the same to them anyway. What did Patrisse Cullors do with the activism? She went to sign an overall deal. And sooner or later, that she's getting her experience now in Hollywood and learning the ropes. But eventually, she's gonna try to get a production company too. She might even call it Black Lives Matter production company. You know, um, I'm looking for an article that um, is going to tie into this very, very well. Hold on. There's an article that ties into this, and it just came to me that I should. Okay, I found it. Actually, no. This is not it. Well, I want to find a particular thing. There was this thing where after she got this Warner deal, Patrisse Cullors was. I've talked about this before on the stream. Patrisse Cullors was doing this interview where she says, "Yeah, one thing that I'm hoping to do is create opportunities for a bunch of activists to get overall deals too, and to get break into media and acting." And the way she was talking about it, she was sounding like that hooray pitch. She sounded exactly like that hooray pitch. She sounded just like it, and she was talking about getting all these people put on, and that's her hope, that's her dream. And I found that really, really interesting that she did that. Hold on a second. I'm writing to somebody to see if they can okay. Yeah, I sent it to someone to find this particular article, but going back to the Issa Rae thing, this is what I'm trying to get at when I talk about people like them on platforms, but not themselves. On that video I showed where I showed Patrisse Cullors, and she was having that video, and I said she has like surprisingly low follower count and surprising low views on that video. If you look at this thing, right? This thing got 152,655 views. So it got that many views. Now let's look at
To get started as
let's look at her page. And again, same thing, it has 500,000, Also, this font is stolen from somewhere. Is that Martin? That's like a 90s sitcom font, and I can't remember what it is, but it's certain aesthetics, like that 90s black gospel brunch type art. But anyway, so check here. 2,000 views, 3,000 views, 7,000 views. Build a Table, 42,000 views. But again, I think this one was in a lot of news articles where they're talking about, hey, Issa Rae is doing a new series on how to get put on. Because Build a Table was about how to build your own writer's table, how to be like her, right? And I think, it was announced, and that video got 42,000, back to 7,000, then 152,000. Now, the reason why I think that this got such a disproportionate amount of views is because, like I said before, I think most of their Black base is just people like them. It's just people like them who want to get put on, and it's aspirational and it's climbing. And so if it's Issa Rae announcing a huge production company, they want to watch it because they dream of doing that one day. They want to know how it's done. So, that's why there's all those charts and everything. And they hope to eventually be put on and climb up through her. So they want to know, how do I reach her? How do I reach out to her? Like, no one's actually watching this thing because they care about what is being produced. Like iSound Info said, all the productions are make work. It's just kind of content that you have to do. It's like releases. It's stuff that you have to release to stay relevant as you're building up your name. It's a bubble economy. It's like .com. That's why this all feels like VC pitches and Silicon Valleys, because it's like building apps and releases and everything, and no one understands how the company makes money and everything, and all the product is forgettable, and there's like the profits are like shady. So the same thing is with people like Patrisse Cullors and that low count on her Black Lives Matter thing. Like, people will watch and celebrate Issa Rae on HBO because they're rooting for the idea of a Black excellence type, a Wakandan on HBO. That's what they're rooting for. They're cheering her on HBO, because when people like her get on there, that's a sign that the bubble is still going, the hustle is still happening, and it's going to be our turn soon. And they're cheerleading the system winning. Like, there's a system in place, and that system is winning. It's a system that I'm hoping to climb up. The same way, that's how Americans are with capitalism. Americans cheerlead capitalism winning, even when they're losing, because they dream that as long as capitalism is winning, I'm eventually going to be able to figure out the right way to plug into it. So that's why, like, Americans will cheer the stock market going up. They don't have stocks yet. They'll cheer things like Dogecoin going on, but like a lot of these companies involved and whatever, and not nuts and bolts in it, they know nothing about or care about. They just want the system to win. That's what these people are like. So this hooray thing about her announcing getting this production company with all these big deals, they're like, yeah, we want to see the deals, Black excellence, first Black this, first Black that, Black people winning. I want everyone Black to win. Remember that quote? And the reason why everyone Black to win is because when everyone Black wins out of their tribe, they don't mean everyone. Like if Umar Johnson got a show, they wouldn't be happy. But the more people that act and look like them out of their crowd, is the better it is for them. So, because they always help each other eat, they always help each other wet their beaks. That's what the mafia does. So yeah, that's why, like, these people, they get an HBO show. There's a lot of press and buzz around the HBO show. Then they'll release videos online. No one really watches them. Like, you see someone like Roland Martin. He was on CNN TV1, but when he makes his own YouTube thing, he gets a fraction of the thing. An example I use is like an opposite, right? If you're ever into comics in the 90s, there was a group of guys that were in Marvel Comics, and it was like Image Comics is what the company they created. But people didn't just like them as the people at Marvel. People used to really like their art. So it wasn't just like they're mediocre people who well, arguably you could say they're mediocre, because a lot of people didn't think their art was good, but they generally had a following. They had like leverage over Marvel, and when Marvel couldn't or wouldn't meet their demands, Like they were making books that sold like millions of dollars. When they left Marvel, like they knew their value. So they didn't just live to just try to get on with big people. They were like, there's too much money to make. We gotta do our own thing. And they created their own company and it made like millions of dollars. It sold millions of copies of stuff. People just wanted to see these people's art. Regardless of what you think of the quality of it, the demand was real. Unfortunately, a lot of people grew up and kind of realized there were flaws with their art. And also they were really bad writers. Like they just did not know how to write. So eventually, like that trend died down. But Marvel went into like bankruptcy after because they banked so much on these guys, and then they left, and a lot of people didn't like what was left. They had to file for bankruptcy, and they were in trouble for like a long time. And these guys were doing great. But if you ever notice, these type of people, they don't really want to do that. Like Roland Martin can't really get YouTube popping, despite what he was doing at CNN or TV One, because people didn't really have a passion for Roland Martin. They just wanted to see a Boule type on CNN. He's winning, we're winning. He's on CNN. They want to see a Boule type on TV One, and they also want to see like TV One win, because then that's Black excellence, and more of us will win. Oh wait, I have to go follow Roland Martin to YouTube. No, I'm good. I don't actually really want to watch him. You know, that's what I think happens with a lot of these people. That's why I doubt that deal is really making a ton of money. That's to the point that's getting her 4 houses, because I don't really believe these people really move genuine units like that. I think people kind of pretend. Even the stuff they do on platforms, that gets more watched and purchased and whatever than the stuff they don't do on platforms. But even that doesn't do that great. When you look at the ratings of a lot of these shows, if you look at the sales of a lot of these books, the platform stuff does better than the non-platform stuff. But even that is very much less than what you would think. They tend to not be transparent with the numbers or whatever. What they mostly get is stuff that doesn't cost anything, like talking. Like Twitter followers, they get a ton of Twitter followers. That costs nothing. It just takes one click. When it's time to tweet and talk, their fans will do that. When it's time to create a buzz, so like Lovecraft Country got a ton of buzz, a ton of tweets. Insecure, it's not just a black thing. There's a white versions of it too. Like girls like Lena Dunham created a lot of this stuff for like white millennials, and she's the same thing. When you look at the ratings of girls, you realize girls have like no ratings compared to the buzz it was getting. People only kind of wanted to see Lena Waithe, like Lena Dunham, the white average looking hipsterish girl, millennial, kind of win. They want to see her win, but then they didn't really want to really actually sit through the show. Would actually start watching the show. Like a lot of people were pretending to watch the show. I think a lot of people pretend to consume this stuff, but not really. And then they would just talk about her nonstop. And I think if she ever did something that wasn't on a big platform, like they just would not care. But yeah, I mean, there's something else I want to show, and this is how a lot of this stuff is similar, right? My friend sent me the article because I had trouble finding it, but this is the article I was talking about, and how these people do everything the same. How she does hooray, that's what Black Lives Matter is. After the Warner overall deal, Patrisse Cullors had this article come out. It says, because someone said, you know, they'll go into academia next if everything falls. And it's like, no, she's already in academia. Patrisse Cullors creates an online MFA program to develop new artist activists. So much like Issa Rae is trying to create that production company to get more content creators under her, like the multi-level marketing thing, and kind of help the bubble keep going, because bubbles grow from new people buying in. You know, like I get in at this stock price of the .com boom, and I need more companies under me and more IPOs and more investors so that the stock price goes up, you know? And then those people that buy in next, if they want to get 100% increase in stock price, they need more people coming in after them. So that's how bubbles go. Bubbles are very similar to like multi-level marketing slash Ponzi schemes. You need more people to keep buying in after you, to for it to keep growing. You don't want to be part of the last wave to buy in because you just end up holding the bag. And for new people, you need the system to keep growing so that, you know, when you buy in, it still has legs. You know what I mean? So Patrisse Cullors creates an online MFA program to develop new artist activists. The overall deal is, and now, so check this out. Actually, this is not. This might not be the right one. Hold on. Was so she wanted to create more artist activists. So it's a program specific to social practice art aimed at creating social and political change. So her academia work is related to the activism as well. She's a faculty director, and students will have an option to create a residency in LA. I think it takes 2 years to complete. It will be taught by 4 LA-based artists who graduated with Cullors at USC. So 4 of her friends who are LA-based artists who she graduated with from USC, they're going to be the teachers, so she got them jobs. Photographer Star Montana will teach a course on identity-based photography. So there's identity photography, which is crazy. Research-based artist Alexander Doriz will lead another in, quote, the ways in which the donor world, the art patron world, has impacted the integrity of the art world. That's kind of ironic because I feel like they're part of that problem. Painter Jake Freelich will teach art history and the ways in which the earliest understanding of art was by European artists pillaging African and Latin American communities. So basically, fine art, cultural appropriation. And then printmaker, sculptor, and performance artist Noe Olivas will teach a class on art as a healing tool. And that actually wasn't the article I was looking for, but it was a good one anyway. And she put, directing and teaching is also an evolution of Cullors activism and a way for her to make more space for her own art. Teaching puts me in a position to prioritize my practice, but also prioritize my scholarship and provide an epicenter, I'm going to look at this language, for an intergenerational audience who is deeply invested in wanting to use their work to help advance social change. So some more social change. But again, that's more talk like hooray, more putting people on, more getting a team under you, and so forth. Yeah. So we're at 2.5 hours, and I've barely put even a dent in what I want to talk about. Let's see. Part of the problem is I think this bubble is going to burst, and this is one of the first big signs of it. And that's why a lot of people are panicking to cape for this ridiculous 4-house thing, because they kind of see it's kind of like if you were there for the first .com bubble and it's about to crash before you got a chance to buy a single stock, or, you know, missed out on Dogecoin. You know what I mean? So Jason Whitlock complained on Twitter about something. Jason Whitlock said this. He goes, and again, this is Blaze Media, one of those right-wing sites. But again, it's the only place they'll talk about this. He was suspended by Twitter for criticizing Black Lives Matter leader, but he refuses to bow to social media giant to get his, So he was on. And I don't like this guy. He's a sellout. But he was complaining about how they got big off. They got big off the bodies of dead black men, and now they're just buying themselves houses and not, doing anything. And the sad part of all that is, he's right, even if it's for the wrong reasons, but what he said is true. Unfortunately, that didn't have the actual tweet, but the tweet in question was basically, but the mainstream or liberal media would never say that they got big off the bodies of dead cis black men. They're never gonna say that. But I don't want to give Jason Whitlock too much credit because he's just doing it to piss off certain people. I don't believe in that my enemy is my friend business. But I'll see if I could find. So this is what she ended up doing. And by all means, if you enjoy what we're doing, feel free to donate. Feel free to hit the like button. Share it with people. Go on Twitter. We're going to be here for at least another hour. So go on Twitter, go on Facebook, text people, email them, send them this link because we're going to talk about some crazy stuff. So Black Lives Matter blames quote unquote right-wing offensive. This reminds you of Hillary Clinton and the vast right-wing conspiracy. BLM blames right-wing offensive for outcry over police Cullors real estate buys. So they're blaming the right wing for bringing awareness to it. Not that it's untrue, but instead of blaming the right wing for bringing it to light, people should be blaming the so-called mainstream or liberal media for not breaking the story. Picture a world where you're getting mad at people for breaking true stories as opposed to getting mad at other people for not breaking. Like, this should be something where the mainstream media is ashamed with their pants down, but instead they're acting like these are their friends, and this is something it's forbidden to talk about these people. And again, they're doing it for the wrong reasons. These right-wing people, they're doing it to discredit any type of pro-black activism. They don't care about black people either, but it doesn't change this from being true. The Black Lives Matter global network has blamed quote-unquote right-wing forces for the uproar over co-founder Patrisse Cullors' reported millions in real estate holdings, even as the leading BLM activist called for an independent probe. Because remember that 90 million thing, I don't think that was an independent probe. So the BLM activist who's outraged thinks what I think, that there might be more, and he wants like a totally independent probe to see just how much money. Like that 90 million, I think, is a very conservative number, I'm guessing. So the network defended Ms. Cullors, who described herself in 2015 as a trained Marxist, after she was slammed for buying last month a 1.4 million home in exclusive Topanga Canyon, a Los Angeles County enclave that is 88% white. It also has a shared runway, a community runway for private planes to land and take off, So yeah, it's a very exclusive thing. So the statement continues, this right-wing offensive not only puts Patrisse, her child, and her loved ones in harm's way, it also continues a tradition of terror by white supremacists against black activists. So again, remember I said we're going to return to this a lot? The death threat things. And one thing they tried to say was that they were doxing the house, but public figures get their houses put up all the time. To be honest. Like, remember when Dr. Dre almost got shot by the police because someone called something on his house? They showed pictures right of his house. They show pictures of people's houses all the time. But they weren't showing like the address or anything. But the idea is that the alt-right is just waiting to get it's a plot of antebellum. Like, remember that when Janelle Monáe's character is just doing nothing but giving speeches and being a talking head pundit on CNN. But the idea was that the vast neo-Nazi world cabal, their biggest goal was to stop the blue check. That's the funniest thing about antebellum. Like, they had this nefarious plot of creating a whole fake plantation and enacting like reenacting slavery and doing this whole expensive thing so that they can stop the blue check from thwarting Trump. like the Black excellence girl is the biggest threat to global white supremacy. They've got to stop her from writing her books, and that's kind of what she's making herself sound. If anyone saw Antebellum out of a stupid movie, that is the stupidest part of a stupid movie. So again, more death threats. Like, y'all gotta see that movie. If of all the things that were stupid about that movie, that was the dumbest. Miss Cullors, who is married to Black Lives Matter Toronto co-founder Janaya Khan, has purchased 4 homes since 2016. 3 in the Los Angeles area, 1 in Conyers, Georgia, at a total cost of $3 million. It was actually more like 3.5, I believe. She was looking for a 5th house in the Bahamas. It came out. There's a lot of tax shelters there. Hank Newsom, leader of Black Lives Matter Greater New York, called for an independent investigation into the foundation's spending, saying that the questions were hurting the movement. So even their own local chapters are further turning against them. They already had to release this stuff because 25% of the chapters did an open letter. And now that the numbers came up, their own numbers, some of them are even leaving and, calling for investigations and like suing. And then Newsom said, if you go around calling yourself a socialist, you have to ask how much of our own personal money is going to charitable causes. It's really sad because it makes people doubt the validity of the movement and overlook the fact that it's the people that carry this movement. He said it to the New York Post. I'm sure a lot of people are going to say, oh, how dare you talk to the right-wing paper? But I bet you none of the Black excellence people working at Washington Post and those places wanted to talk to him. Unfortunately, the New York Post will give people a chance to air out these things, and who else is going to do it? Now, here's something that they do that's very slick. According to the foundation, Ms. Cullors has been paid $120,000 since the group founded in 2013, and she has received no compensation since 2019. In her current role as executive director, she serves in a voluntary capacity and does not receive a salary or benefits. The organization raised $90 million in 2020, according to its annual report, but said Monday that none of that went toward personal real estate buys. Now it's saying they are a 501c3. I don't know when that happened. So to be abundantly clear, as a registered 501c3, they cannot and did not commit any resources toward the purchase of real estate or personal property. If they're a 501c3, that is new, because as far as I know, they are incorporated. And if anyone can tell me about that, because the reason I know this is because they have to use 501(c)(3)s to raise money. They use the Tides Foundation to raise money for Black Lives Matter, because you need something called a fiscal sponsor to raise money for you and to make it tax deductible to donors if you aren't an actual 501c3 themselves. And they just announced this year a new relationship. I talked about it. Yeah, so I'm very curious about that. And yeah, they just made a new partnership with I'm looking here. If you go to Tides Foundation, Tide welcomes Black Lives Matter as a new partner. Before that, they were with Thousand Currents and with different places. So yeah, I'm very curious what that means. Anybody knows what that's about, let me know, because I think there's something. Okay, so look at this. I'm gonna stop that article for a second. I think that's been pretty much shown. Check this out. This is from February 2021. It's only a couple of months ago. Oh, this is Movement for Black Lives. So they now have the Movement for Black Lives has a new fiscal sponsor. One of the primary organizations, Black Lives Matter. So I guess they're not. So see, like they have Common Council as their fiscal sponsor. So Common Council will be the 501c3. You have to use nonprofits in order to so here, this is July 2020. Tide welcomes Black Lives Matter as a new partner. So BLM formalized its relationship with Tides Foundation after BLM's prior fiscal sponsor, Thousand Currents, made the strategic decision to sunset fiscal sponsorships. This is also related to Warren Buffett's son, Peter Buffett. Check out something in Tablet Magazine about is Warren Buffett the money behind Black Lives Matter, and it'll explain a lot of this. Also, check, there's a guest we're going to have who talks about Peter Buffett and his role in all this. It's going to be pretty good. But at least up until July 2020, they were still not a nonprofit because they wouldn't have done this. And I've not heard anything about them becoming. I don't know if they're trying to deliberately be misleading and say that their fiscal sponsor is a 501c3. I mean, these people kind of lie by omission all the time. Now, in that article, I want to show how slick these people are. What she says, she's gotten no salary. Do you guys know what that means? Because I'm sure you do. You guys are a smart bunch. But I'm sure you guys can already. She has no salary the same way Al Sharpton had no money when they sued him for inciting a riot. As in, she technically is not drawing a salary from Black Lives Matter. But what Black Lives Matter will do is pay her consultancy firm. Like what they do is they move the money around and do quid pro quo and create layers of insulation. So they do it like the mob. It's like money laundering. You know, if you look at, that's why they always bust the mob on tax evasion, because the mob is always hiding how much money they actually make. And the mob is always saying, hey, this guy's not a godfather. He makes $30,000 a year. He's a working class shop owner. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe, this is what I say about they think we're stupid, but they're the media people in their circles will signal boost these stupid, transparent arguments. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, that's basically how it works. So yeah, so 120,000 since 2014. If you read that's all the money she's made off of Black Lives Matter, with their $90 million in 6 months or whatever, and only spending 300,000 on local networks, that money just sitting somewhere, you know, not being touched. Okay, those 4 million, and she's only taking 120,000. Like, give me a break. This is the actual article. Thanks to Michael R. Jackson, he found it for me and he sent it. This is the article that I wanted to show, that I was saying the hooray method. the multi-hyphenate method is the method for everything. Like the multi-hyphenate model can be used for activism, can be used for entertainment, and it doesn't matter because the content doesn't matter. You know, why not use it for, like, to move the book Madame Bovary and to make the Black Panthers successful? That's two totally different worlds. What it takes to make Crime and Punishment the phenomenon it is, and what it takes to make SNCC what it was, is two different things. You know what I mean? Because one is a very involved, deep work of writing, and the other one is a grassroots, real social movement. But when everything is content, when your activism is content, when your art is content creation, when your punditry is content, when your journalism is content, when your television writing is content, then you can just swap everything in and out, and it's the same. You can just plug in. It's like plug and play. It's a system that you can just plug in activism to the multi-level marketing scheme. Like, for example, like Primerica and Amway. Like Primerica is more like Amway than it is like a bank. Amway is more like Primerica than it is like Walmart. Like, multi-level marketing schemes and Ponzi schemes are more like each other than they are like their decoy industries. You know, whether it's Mary Kay selling makeup, or something selling Tupperware parties or whatever. Those things don't really have anything in common with their real industries. Mary Kay Cosmetics is not really spoken about in the same breath as Revlon and CoverGirl. It's spoken about more in the same breath as Amway and those things, and Avon. And that's what these people do with what they call multi-hyphenate. It's influencer driven content creation, multi-hyphenates, and they're more like each other than they are. So what Patrisse Cullors does has more in common with what Issa Rae does than it has to do with what Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or SNCC or Medgar Evers was doing. What Issa Rae's doing has more in common with what Black Lives Matter does than it has in common with the Black Arts Movement in the 60s and August Wilson's community theater and all that stuff, right? So Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors and what she expects from the next administration. So she goes, how Hollywood can leverage its power to help. And she mentions we have not heard back, because this is when they were begging for Joe Biden to pay them attention. And it goes, Patrisse Cullors, one of the three co-founders of Black Lives Matter and a TV writer, Good Trouble, who recently signed an overall production deal with Warner Brothers Television Group, co-hosted a streaming event on YouTube featuring such Hollywood allies as America Ferrera, Chelsea Handler, and Tessa Thompson. And, just hold on one second. I'm going to jump to the part that is important here. Hold on. Here we go. This is the key part. This is the part that I was saying, is that I'm telling you she's eventually going to make a production company like Hooray. Right? And also why I wanted to say that it's disingenuous to separate her so-called creative work from her activism when it's all built off the activism, right? They go, how can Hollywood play a role in fighting racism in the country? And then she talks about it. So again, she's tying in the creative work to the fight for justice. And the only reason why she has the credibility to position herself as the person that can recruit Hollywood to be an activist force is on the illusion that she is a serious activist, So again, she gets her entertainment work from her activism. But this is the next part that's key. What's your ideal scenario for where Hollywood is a year from now when it comes to inclusion. And she goes, I'm one of the first Black community organizers to get a huge deal with Warner Brothers. I'd love to see that happen for more folks across our movement. I'm gonna let that sink in. I think so many of us have been storytellers without resources for so long, and I am very excited about being able to tell more stories from our, meaning activist, specific perspective. I would love to see more Black folks in writers' rooms, as well as more Black showrunners and executives. I think Hollywood could use this power and influence to build up narrative power for Black people in the industry and outside of the industry. So this is what makes it bad taste. I haven't even seen her writer's room yet, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be a bunch of black joy, whatever that thing's called, carefree black boy joy, guys with flowers in their hair. It's gonna be a bunch of women that look like her, like the people who are dying in the street that she built her whole activism career off of. She's not gonna be tapping into being this in. When these people make their writers' rooms, look at Lovecraft Country, look at all these things. There's no regular Black guys. There's no regular schmegular cis straight Black men, blue collar in these rooms. It's always like black women, but they're kind of Black women, some queer Black men, and maybe like one or two Black guys who went to like Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Dartmouth, or NYU, who performatively act super feminist and throw straight Black men under the bus all the time. Like, the guy Kendrick Sampson seems to be a straight Black man, and he's always doing all this activism, and he talks about pimp culture and straight Black men and how like he's going on Teen Vogue platforms and panels and telling white people about how toxically masculine straight Black male culture is, and he grew up in pimp culture, and or like Damon Young, there'd be a couple of outliers like that. But again, the activism is where they get all this stuff. They're making their come up off of dead Black men, and this is like hooray! Like what she's describing here is her plan for her future. Hooray! Her so-called vertical, her multi-level marketing platform, and she'll have an army of people under her. She's doing her work right now. She's putting in her bones like the mafia. She's putting in work like a gang, and then she's gonna become an OG and then become a capo and have her own family. Like the multi-level marketing scheme, and now she'll have her Amway team under her. And yeah, I'm mixing metaphors, but fuck it. And it goes, what sort of projects, and this is always the key part, what sort of projects are you working on under your new Warner Brothers deal? And first off, I'm shocked this person even asked that. I'm guessing they're not a Wakanda themselves to even ask that. It's probably a white person. Who knows? Because I feel like one of their own wouldn't even have been curious about. Oh, speak of the devil, there's Kendrick Sampson right there. See what I told you? And Ava DuVernay. Is that Roxanne? That's Roxanne Gay. So, what new projects? It's all in the works, but I'm very excited. That's what she said. She still don't have anything yet. It'll be something rushed because it's make work. It's just something to say that they put something out, and it'll be something to just make real fast to kind of do a lot of press about themselves and talk about themselves. Like the work is an afterthought. It's about the hustle and building up, your platform. So she goes, as usual, it's on the works, but I'm very excited. They'll still slap it together last minute and it'll suck. Just know that's going to be very Black and very amazing. My work behind the camera will be an organic extension of the work I've been doing for the last 20 years to ensure Black Lives Matter in local communities, the country, the entertainment industry, and the world. So yet again, she doesn't talk about she's not getting these deals by talking about the great work she's going to do. When they ask her the projects, she just says, "Oh, don't worry, it's all in the works, whatever. But trust me, it's going to be just like my activism. Yeah, it's all in the works, whatever, blah blah blah. All that writing and craft stuff, who cares? But don't worry, it's going to be an organic extension of the Black Lives Matter stuff." You know why she says that? Because she knows that's what she's hired for. She's hired to be the Black Lives Matter girl. She's hired to be an activist. So don't tell me any private money she makes should absolves her, like it proves anything. Like when you say, "Oh, she made this money from her Hollywood stuff," which again, she hasn't even done any projects yet. She hasn't produced anything yet. Like she doesn't have $4 million of house money, and she's been buying these houses since 2016. She hasn't had the deal that long. She hasn't had the book that long. She bought the first $1 million house like in 2016. So it doesn't compute. She only got the deal last year. She only got the writing job 2019. Her books haven't been out that long, and all this work she's getting, she's not even pretending to be getting them on some deep story that she has to tell. She's getting them on that. Man, Kobe Gaddafi, you always turn the chat into something else. Like when Kobe Gaddafi gets going, I look at the chat and the chat will be about everything except for what I'm talking about. Kobe Gaddafi always gets side arguments going. It's pretty. What are you and Chaotic Goods arguing about? I haven't looked at the chat in a while, so I lost it. Because I'm trying to find comments related to what I'm talking about, and I have to sift through all this. Yeah, that's the other thing. She stays the president of Global Black Lives Matter Network. It's likely a related entity. I mean, they have so many entities, but also she doesn't get paid by Black Lives Matter directly at all. And I'll show you how. I'll show you how. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, in 2016, she made a tweet about how she was tired of being the Black Lives Matter girl. She did say that she wants to be seen for all the stories she wants to tell. That was a real tweet. That I'm glad you reminded me of that. Is it Patrisse? I think it was her. But then she won't stop pimping herself out as a Black Lives Matter girl. And when they ask her what stories you have to tell, she can't think of anything. Because she doesn't really have anything to tell. She wants to be more than the Black Lives Matter girl, but she's not qualified to be more. I mean, she's barely qualified, it seems, to even really be the activist. So, and that's her main hustle. So she's really not qualified to talk about what she wants to spin off into. She can't even talk about what she's. But how does she make her money? And that's a great question. And we're gonna give an example. We're gonna give just one example, because as usual, the New York Post just keeps digging in, and because these people keep trying to play these little games and these little half truths or lies by omission, and the mainstream media doesn't want to call them on it, they just keep setting up. They just keep setting up the New York Post and the Daily Caller and all these people. They just keep giving them body blows. You know what I mean? And their friends aren't helping them. Mark Lamont Hill is doing these puffball interviews that aren't helping. And Jamel Hill is doing these puff pieces, and all they're doing, if anything, is dragging down these people with them, because now people are saying, hey, not only are Black Lives Matter frauds, but these Black excellence journalists are unreliable too. Like, they're going down with the ship. They're not just hurting themselves, but they're bringing down the whole shebang. Let's see. So she blamed the right wing. This is the original. This is the original um, New York Post article. If people want to look it up, I'll let it show. I might put it all into. The show notes. But this is the article if you want to look it up. Inside Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors' $1 million real estate buying spree, and she defended it and everything. And they showed the houses, and this is what she was trying to say was doxing her. She used the death threats excuse to hide the houses. And she started it. This is her wife. Some people are wondering she's tricking off on the wife. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, she got this wife and she put the wife on all the deeds. So yeah, she might be trying to show out for that wife. I don't know. She might try and spend a lot to keep her. Who knows? But those are, and then she was last year. Cullors and Khan, her wife, were spotted in the Bahamas looking for a unit at Albany, a real estate source who did not want to be identified told the Post. The elite enclave is laid out on 600 oceanside acres and features a private marina and designer golf course. Current homes for sale include an nearly 8,000 square foot, 6-bedroom townhouse with a media room and marina views. The price is only available upon request, according to the resort's website. And resort workers said people who buy at the Albany are buying their fourth or fifth home. This is not a second home residence. It is extremely high end, and people are coming here for complete and total privacy. So they don't know she eventually bought a house at that island retreat for the ultra rich, but the fact that she was even shopping there, says a lot. So that's where she's trying to get the fifth house. It's at a super high end rich place connected to a golf course where it's not Martha's Vineyard, but there's a bunch of rich black people. I heard about this, but I didn't see it. Damn it, we're already at 3 hours. This is the problem when I stop streaming daily. Like all this stuff builds up. Let's run through this stuff really fast. Yeah, if anybody, hasn't hit the like button or subscribe button yet, by all means do so. Consider donating in one of the places in the bottom. You could Venmo or Cash App us at Champagne Sharks, PayPal us, champagnesharks@gmail.com. Yeah, give us a tip, hit the tip cup, or subscribe at patreon.com/Champagne Sharks to our podcast. But I'm going to try to run through the rest of these pretty fast. BLM founder Patrisse Cullors' 1.4 million home draws criticism, call for investigations, and he talked about all the houses she got, and BLM released this statement. Patrisse's work for Black people over the years has made her and others who align with the fight for Black liberation targets of racist violence. The narratives being spread about Patrisse have been generated by right-wing forces intent on reducing the support and influence of a movement that is larger than any one organization. The right-wing offensive not only puts Patrisse, her child, and her loved ones in harm's way, it also continues a tradition of terror by white supremacists against Black activists. She's tying herself to like Medgar Evers and Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and stuff like that. Like, that's not what these houses are doing. Like, there's no like crazy weirdo redneck. I mean, there's no crazy weirdo redneck who's gonna go to these fancy neighborhoods and go get them. You know, these are like gated places, and if she's so scared about violence from white racists, why is she embedding herself in these super rich, super white neighborhoods? Is she so scared? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can she be so scared and living in these affluent, scared of black people neighborhoods, you know, that are like gated and whatever? And like your white neighbors aren't gonna tell people like where you are, they're gonna protect you. Like, yeah, all black activists know the fear these malicious and serious actions are meant to instill: the fear of being silenced, the trauma of being targeted, the torture of feeling one's family. So again, the whole death threat narrative, right? And here's one of the tweets that Jason Whitlock said that got him locked out. But it's proof that, you know, even the social media places cover for these people. She had a lot of options on where to live. She chose one of the whitest places in California. She'll have her pick of white cops and white people to complain about. That's a choice, bro. And yeah, and Michael Brown Sr., Michael Brown's father, when he found out about the money, was sick of it too. But the Grio, the black site was the one that reported this. And it's one of the few non-right-wing sites that picked up on it, you know, and more power to them. Like, I was proud that the Grio did that because the Root wasn't doing it. Washington Post, New York Times, all these places weren't doing it. Now, here's what's interesting. And I want to show you how mafia is, right? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. You see how many receipts I have? Yeah, it's unfortunate, but this is like constipation. I'm really backed up, but we still have people up in here. We're at like 80 people across all platforms, so they're gonna keep it going. But I'm going to break this up into a part 2 because it's gonna be too long. But this is a good place to stop it. So here's what happened. She gave this response. This response came out on Instagram. She goes, "Last week, I was lied on by my own community. I cried and I hurt and I confronted folks. The media, especially black media, and what's especially, it's one freaking site, The Root. But, you know, they broke omerta. You know, they broke the code of silence. You know, the mob code of silence is called omerta, and they broke that. The media, especially black media, reported on the lies. God forbid they report. But what's the lie? She didn't say what the lie is. They just reported on the lies. You would think you would actually debunk the lie, but interestingly, she never does in any of these responses. You notice all these responses are about everything but saying it's not true. Just where the source is from, that they got death threats, that they got, but nothing actually says, by the way, you know, whatever. But look, the media, especially black media, decided to advance slander against me and my organization. Nobody investigated or asked questions. Instead, we lifted up right-wing propaganda about BLM. How does she know nobody asked questions? And the questions that were asked, you didn't respond to any of them anyway. He goes, we all watched Judas and the Black Messiah. So she's comparing herself to Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton, who died in the hood. She's comparing herself to Fred Hampton. We all watched, and also, this is another way to invoke the death threat thing. You know, it's so disgusting. We all watched Judas and the Black Messiah, and yet no one questioned the lies because it's easier to hate black women. No one questioned it because you're not Fred Hampton. no one thinks of Judas, Fred Hampton when they think of you, except for your cult members, I guess. It's easier to not to believe black women. Like, yes, that's to do with her being a black woman. A lot of people shouting the loudest about this of black women. You think black women aren't reading these articles too and acting like what the fuck? My practice in abolition teaches me compassion, boundaries, forgiveness. Forgiveness for what? You haven't admitted doing anything wrong. And to lean towards healing. Okay, who needs to be forgiven? Are you forgiving people for asking how you got $4 million worth of real estate? Like, I don't understand who's forgiving who. So I am doing just that. I guess she's forgiving us or she's forgiving the black media for actually acting like a media organization. Like, how dare you actually went like had they actually acted like you're supposed to be journalists. So I'm doing just that. So much of what you see is a sliver of what's happening behind the scenes. I will continue to fight for Black lives even when Black people treat me like work, like dirt. The work is bigger than me and us. So she's got way more smoke for the Black people. She thinks that Black people are just here to provide her cover, and they hashtagged it abolition evangelist. I don't even know what that even means, but it's interesting that she makes it sound so pseudo religious. So because it's a messiah complex, like abolition evangelist is yeah, the phrase black women in this context is a signal to white libs to circle the wagons. Yeah, for real. Yeah, yeah. It's been a while. But let me ask you, this information I'm saying for most of y'all, is it a summary of stuff you already know? Or am I giving a lot of new information to light? Because the reason I'm asking is I want to know how well this stuff is permeating the mainstream, because I feel like it's not reported on very well. I just happen to just look for this stuff a lot, you know? But I feel like people know about the houses, but they don't know a lot about how all this is run and everything. She did another thing. This is funny. Yeah, man, I've gone like over 3 hours and barely any tips. You see what I do for you guys? But I'm gonna keep going anyway, because we still have people in here, so that's good. As long as people are still here, I'll keep going for a little bit. But someone put something really funny. What is it? Yeah, here. This is a good one. Roosbear Motorisi. T, getting killed by the FBI is literally the same as some dumbass calling you bitch on Twitter. Yeah, basically. That's according to these people, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, the reason I'm asking, I'm not like fishing for compliments or anything. I just kind of want to make sure that what I spend a lot of my time on is actually helping people and not just regurgitating things that people already know. So that's why I'm asking, because I feel like I want to make sure that my time is spent doing the most value producing stuff. So I want to make sure that I'm bringing a lot of new information to light, and that this is not just like a recap of like drama. I don't want this to be a drama channel about activists and stuff. I want to actually connect a lot of dots for people. So this is the next Twitter thing she did. I'm sorry, Instagram thing she did. She went on Instagram to go, because there was another article that came out. I think this is when they went from discovering one house to 4 houses. So she goes, there's a false and defamatory article about me being amplified by the media right now, and I want to make some things clear. Okay, it's defamatory, meaning that it's lies. It's false, lies. She's going to make things clear. Let's see what she makes clear. The movement began as, and will always remain, a love letter to Black people. 3 words, Black Lives Matter, serve as a reminder to Black people that we are human and deserve to live vibrant and full lives. And this is what I mean by march, pray, love. It's always aphorisms and platitudes and fortune cookie stuff. Like, this is not proven anything defamatory. Like, none of these are what she was accused of. No one said that the movement wasn't a letter to Black people, love letter to Black people, or reminder. But let's go. There's a couple pages. Let's see. I've worked multiple jobs across many organizations my entire life. I'm also a published author, writer, producer, professor, public speaker, and performance artist. I love my work in all these areas, and I work hard to provide for my family. I guess what she's trying to say here is that it's all these jobs that get her the 4 homes. But again, we've shown, and it's from her own mouth, that these things are all to her an extension of her Black Lives Matter work, and that she views it as activism, and that she sells herself as using creativity to spread the gospel of Black Lives Matter, and that she's hired to be the Black Lives Matter girl. I am accountable to my community in pursuit of an abolitionist world founded in transformative justice. What does it have to do with anything? She's just throwing out words. Like, what does the word transformative? What work is the word transformative justice doing in the sentence that addresses anything? What does abolitionist world? What does abolitionist world have to do with you having 4 houses? You're not abolishing real estate. You know, what are you abolishing? You know, and what does your abolition work have to do with what the article is talking about? I do not receive, and notice the specificity of this. I do not receive a salary or benefits from Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, period. Now, she's super specific. They have like 100 side organizations under so many umbrellas. She didn't say, I didn't receive a salary for my activism work. My company didn't receive any contracts. It says, I didn't get a salary from this specific place. Which, did she get a salary from any of the places that Black Lives Matter gave money to? Like, that's how money laundering and tax evasion, all that stuff works. That's what shell corporations are for. That's what dummy corporations are for. But you see how specific is? I didn't get a salary from this person. No, that person paid another person, and that person gave me a salary. The effort to discredit and harass me and my family is not new, nor is it acceptable. It has taken away from where the focus should be, ending white supremacy, which she wants to end by living among rich white people. She's undercover in those places, doing intelligence. She's a spooky step by the door. You may not like or agree with me. I have definitely made mistakes. I own up to that. How does she own up to it? She has not, in any of these things I've said, copped to a single mistake she did. You notice everything she keeps saying is vague. Like, I have definitely made mistakes, which I won't list. I own up to that, to those mistakes that I won't actually say what they are. I apologize for the mistakes I have made, which I won't say what they are. And I work hard at practicing my abolitionist values. In all these responses I've shown from her, I've probably given about 5 or 6 different responses. Have you guys seen a single mistake that she's copped to? Does stream, pray, drag? Does anybody here, and maybe I'm cherry picking, maybe I'm not going to the right places. If any of you know a place where she's copped to some mistakes, please let me know what they are. Okay, I'm glad people are saying that they find these informative. Yeah, I'm glad. And if you guys ever feel like it's not, feel free to tell me. I mean, tell me it's like in a respectful way though. Like some of y'all be criticizing like with both guns blazing. Thank you, Harrison, for the donation. Appreciate it. This is good. This is a good one, Jinkazi. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make from the king on Shrek. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. She's willing to sacrifice a lot of us, to get these houses. Hey, Kamaria, how you feeling? And this is like 8 pages of just drivel. But this is deeper than that. On top of these articles being full of lies, which she won't say what the lies are, it's also dangerous. Here it comes. This is doxing, attacking someone online by disseminating private information about them. It's harmful and it's scary for people and their loved ones, especially someone who receives ding, 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 death threats regularly. To my fellow Black activists, you know what this is. We've seen this tactic of terror time and again. I'll admit, this is a scary time for me in this gated community, where no criminals even have a chance of getting close to. But I will not let this be the moment that silences me. We still have work to do, going through real estate listings, finding that 5th house. We're going to do that work and find that 5th house. We promise. We will keep platforming other Black artists who want to do this stuff. And she's got a lot of work to do, and if y'all don't believe that she has a lot of work to do, I want to show you the kind of work that she has to do, because a lot of y'all are sleeping on the work that she has to do. Because after that happened, she announced this initiative, and y'all not gonna stop her from doing this work. You are crazy if you think you're gonna stop her from doing the work that she has to do. And I'm gonna show you right now. Y'all not stopping this. Let's get the sound.
White supremacy, let's get free with the Hammer Museum. I want you all to step in wherever you are and do the electric slide with me. This performance is for every single person who is being impacted by white supremacy, every single person that's being impacted by COVID-19, by sexism, homophobia, transphobia. Let's dance together.
Yep. You are not stopping her. The focus has to be on white supremacy. These lies are taking the focus on white supremacy, and they're getting back at white supremacy by doing $4 million worth of electric sliding. That's what is happening. There's work to be done, and that's the work that's being done. Nothing is going to stop that. That's what she announced not long after. You know, and white supremacy was scared. Like, I saw a white supremacist, and he didn't know I was there because I was in a bus, and he was like, "Yo, that bitch is electric sliding, yo." If that Antebellum movie was real, they would put her on the Antebellum plantation. Because, I mean, call me crazy, but not long after that video, Derek Chauvin got found guilty, and a lot of people will say, "Hey, it's probably those riots that Black Lives Matter had absolutely nothing to do with, you know, or something like that." But I think it's the electric slide. A lot of people don't know this, but white supremacists hate the electric slide like nobody's business. It's been proven to be one of the most hated dances by racists ever. Scientists have no idea why it is. Yeah, I'm actually planning to. There's something I'm actually planning to do. Thank you for the donation, Red Shrek. Yeah, scared of the slide. Yeah, for sure. Oh, but thanks big time for the donation. Don't let Red Shrek upstage, y'all. Yeah, and yeah, get the likes up too. Definitely get the likes up. A lot of y'all like that boxing stream we did over the weekend. They got like some of the most views we've gotten in a long time. So we're definitely gonna do more of those. Expect to see more of the boxing streams. Oh yeah, rock the mic. Yeah, I'm still alive. I took a break. I'm making up for it now because I got Lazarus lives a slinging the tin cups. No, I'm calling it a tip jar. I feel like it's a little more distinguished. But check out this one. This one's pretty good. A lot of y'all are thinking. I see some people in the comments not thinking that the electric slide was doing anything. But let me show you, and this will change your mind. The day happened, it came out. You know, they released it, and then look what happened. Y'all don't know this. A lot of y'all don't know this, but these are the jurors of the Derek Chauvin case. They're wrong. Look at that. White supremacy is on the run now. It is on the ropes. Get her a fifth house. Get her a fifth house. A worldwide electric slide, April 11th. Hold on. That's April 11th that happened? Derek Chauvin verdict. April 20th. 9 days later. white supremacy got a major L. Coincidence? I don't think so. I mean, prove it. Prove to me the electric slide didn't get, maybe you could drop kick a white supremacist. No, you can't drop kick a white supremacist during the turn, because as soon as you start the slide, the white supremacist is long gone. He's not even around for you to kick him. Like, you have no idea how afraid they are of that electric slide. You know what I'm saying? Last summer, weren't there footage of riot cops doing the electric slide? Like, look, stop confusing my narrative with facts. Like, it's not this kind of party. Those were the good cops that were doing the electric slide. They use the electric. You know what? I've got it. They use the electric slide to filter out the good cops from the bad cops, and the ones that do the electric slide, they know those are the good ones. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Help me get my 4 houses. More like put a dent in my student loans. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good one. This is gonna be a good one. Definitely tune in for that one on June 6th. Yeah. You would not see Derek Chauvin do the electric slide at all. That guy is flat-footed as hell. Yeah, so yeah, being an ally protects you from the power of the slide. Also giving money too. And for the sentencing, they're gonna do the huckabuck. That's a old school like black dance. They're gonna get deep on that one. You'll see. Yeah, so that's the work we have to go back to. Focusing on these 5 houses is taken away from where the focus needs to be, which is white supremacy. And she came back and showed the work that was being kept for doing. That's why these white supremacists are so afraid, and that's like a really corrupting dance too. Now, Yvette Carnell made a great point here. I think you're taking some sarcasm seriously here. I'm not sure what you're responding to, but I'm pretty sure whatever it is, it was sarcastic. I'm not giving white supremacists any credit. But let's see. Yeah, so March Pray Slide. I should have changed the title to this, but yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, Yvette Carnell put this up. I thought it was a great point. She tweeted this part of one of the articles, right? This came out April 11th, the same day as the electric slide. So unfortunately, Yvette Carnell and Ashley Yates, who's also an activist, on the day of the worldwide electric slide, look what these haters are doing. It be your own people. Your own people. She's electric sliding out the wazoo, trying to, get it going for George Floyd, and look what these people are doing, calling attention to stuff like this. They went to Georgia to acquire a 4th home, a quote-unquote custom ranch on 3.2 rural acres in Conyers that has a private airplane hangar with a studio apartment above it and the use of a 2,500-foot paved/grass community runway that can accommodate small airplanes. So they're living above a private airplane hangar with a community runway where you can accept and land planes, and then you could park the plane in their house. And some people might think that's not worth. What do they do to deserve that? But it's not easy to let you slide like that. And Yvette asked this great question: as a movement leader with money, why not get a home in DC so that you can meet with Congress people while simultaneously funding your on-the-ground organizers? If you're going to buy real estate, why not buy it, or at least one, in an area where you can move the needle politically, a whole con? So they're buying all these houses in places that have no political epicenter to them. And they're even going to Bahamas, like out of the whole country. Like, they're just popping up to dance and write shows. And then, yeah, so I thought that was a great one. Yeah, so everyone needs to get an overall deal. Now, I want to show something else. A lot of people were focusing on the $90 million thing, and they had this report on their website. It's called the Impact Report. And I noticed something else about it that I thought was kind of crazy and nefarious. Check this out. Yeah. So this is the Impact Report. Thank you for the donation, Rock the Mic. I gotta take the off the screen though so I can show this Impact Report. And the Impact Report. Black Lives Matter. It's on the website. 2020 Impact Report. Now let's go through this thing for a bit. Table of contents. Black Lives Matter Global Network. Black Lives Matter Political Action Committee. Okay. I wish I remember the exact page where this thing is that I'm going to look for, but let me just scroll through it. So they talk about all this stuff that they do. Biden numbers, 24 million visitors to the website. Okay, I don't know how that helps people. Like, what does that even matter? Okay, I'm glad you guys got visitors to the website. All right. We got an email list of 1.9 million recipients, resulting in over 1 million actions taken. What counts as an action? And $82,000 raised for 6 local organizations by a single email. 25% of the online presences. Okay, so you got great traffic. 86,000 out of 90 million. Okay. The breakdown, Facebook followers. On page 7, the social media, how many? The Instagram got 4.3 million. Black Lives Matter got 1. This is like on page 4. They got 1 million Twitter followers, 4.3 million Instagram followers. Okay, that gets 4 houses. Okay, I guess. Here's the notable actions taken. Juneteenth petition, the petition for Juneteenth. Community co-sponsors for the Breathe Act. A letter. They wrote a letter to oppose Amy Cornett Barrett's, which is submitted to the record. Okay, you wrote a letter. All right. A letter to Governor Gavin Newsom calling on him to fill Kamala Harris's soon-to-be vacant Senate seat with a black woman. Did it happen? No, but they wrote a letter. They wrote a letter to the Biden-Harris administration calling for a meeting. You did that for yourself. Like what? Like, I don't even understand what kind of action. Like, what were you going to do with the meeting? It doesn't matter. It doesn't get said. Just doesn't get you 6th house, I guess. Then they go into our average open rate. The average open rate for nonprofit emails is 25%. In early June, our email, as a single email, they picked one email, and early June is probably because of George Floyd. So maybe during that week, the white allies were a little bit, more curious. So in early June, a single email providing event and safety resources to people wanting to mobilize saw a 63% open rate. So they didn't have a consistent 63% open rate. One email got 63% open versus the average of 25% that most nonprofits get. And days later, our email list grew, and an email honoring the life of George Floyd, we got a 33% open rate. Okay, you're just promoting yourself. This is like Issa Rae's hooray thing. Remember Issa Rae's hooray thing was just talking about how much more popular she's gotten, not any of the work that she's done. This is the same thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. These people do everything the same, But yeah, all they're talking about is it's just a black woman, not even a black person, but political leanings, right? It's just so stupid, right? But that's only page 7. Maybe better stuff is coming, you know. Our email list is so committed that on a single email on Giving Tuesday, we raised 82,000. They're repeating themselves. They said this earlier, to 6 organizations, and you know, National Queer and Trans Therapists of Color Network, Urban, you know, whatever. But so these 6 organizations, and keep going on stuff like that. Here's the impressions for the digital ads. This is just like Issa Rae's thing. It's like a VC pitch. It's all about how many platforms are on, how many verticals. They ran ad campaigns on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Pandora, and Tumblr. And the total impressions were 51 million. Okay, whatever. They go on. And it's just silly stuff like this. And little ads they did. They're showing tweets they did and what type of impacts the tweets got. There's a section called Dear White People. You know, that was one of their campaigns. They had the post office campaign, Write Black Love Letters. And then they talk about the Black Love Letter campaign that they had. And the Black Love Letters campaign earned a full feature piece in Essence magazine. The campaign was championed by influencers and activists like Yara Shahida, that's the girl from Blackish, Richie Reseda, and Adrienne Marie Brown. So they're just talking about how popular they're getting, and they got, you know, press and everything. Supreme Court Replacement Initiative, which didn't work. Like this kind of stuff, it didn't work. Like it's just intentions, you know. Facilitated nearly 6 million conversations with Black. What does facilitated mean? Like they did it deliver any votes? There was a something about a drive-in. Partnerships. Hamilton the musical. BLM partnered with Hamilton's Rapid Response and Action Teams. They partnered with the Slave Owner musical that whitewashes genocidal slave traders to create instructional videos on mail-in ballots for a collection of states. Okay. Don't throw away your shot. Vote. There's a Black Lives Matter in the corner. They 4 houses worth. I'll be honest. She needs to get 10 houses. Sprite. They partnered with Sprite to create the Create Your Future campaign. It's all about voting. So all it does is electoralism. The Sprite campaign is about getting people to vote, which didn't work because they couldn't get anybody to vote. They supported Elizabeth Warren and couldn't deliver any Black people. But arts and culture, this is George Floyd. Financial snapshot. So after all that, page 20, they buried the 90 million. So that's where the 90 million gets mentioned. They buried the 90 million in there. So basically, they put all that stuff, and this is like, it's so comical to see like 20 pages of that nonsense. And they say, for all this, we raised $90 million. Like, how are they not embarrassed to juxtapose that? Like, that is just kind of crazy that they put that for all the actions taken. And then said they raised 90 million. You know, it would be like telling someone, yeah, so I bought you a hot dog, a couple cases of soda. I stocked your fridge with some deli meats and everything. And yeah, by the way, the money we raised, you know, to help feed you is about $1 million. All right, I'll see you later. You know, it's like, how could you even put that side by side? So then they brag about how good the fundraising is and how much better they are at fundraising than everyone else. 21 million in grants were disbursed to more than 33 organizations, 23 of which are led by LGBTQIA people. They didn't even hide this. They have 33 orgs, 23 of the money went to gay organizations. But this is Black Lives Matter. You want to know what's funny about this? I have been doing all this homework on all the people that they got money for. And then I said, I bet a lot of these organizations are queer organizations. So I started going one by one and investigating all of them, finding out who runs them, finding out what their agendas are. And I came up with, wow, this is 21 out of 33. There's 21 out of 33 orgs here, and they're all gay. And I was so proud of myself for doing this work. Then went to the impact report, and they straight up said it. They they didn't even hide it. They're like, "Hey guys, we got 20 million in grants, and we gave them like all to LGBTQIA organizations." And then they put afterwards and BLM chapters as an afterthought. They put the BLM chapters after a hyphen, like it's like, you know, such an afterthought. And it is funny, like, but some of the orgs I saw, they weren't even Black gay organizations. Like, they were just raising some money for just straight up gay organizations. So it's not even like Black Lives Matter, but as long as they aren't straight Black men, it's like Gay Lives Matter more than Black lives, to the point that we're even getting stuff just for gay organizations off the backs of dead Black men. All those initiatives, all those mailing programs, everything was about black that I showed. But then they spread money to 23 gay organizations to mention Black people as an afterthought, you know. And if you look, there's the list of places right here. Let me make sure you guys can see it on the screen. I have to take don't knock the Ed Buck Foundation. Yeah, so the transgender district, some of this is Black and gay, like there's homeless Black Titans, Trans Housing Coalition, Black Trans Media. But some of these things are just, as far as I can tell, just straight up gay organizations, you know, that aren't really about Black anything, you know. So then I also looked, and the 33 million is kind of an overstatement. If I remember correctly, it's distributed in a weird way over a lot of time, and they're almost like micro grants. If I remember correctly. I'm going to show y'all something. This is the work I'm doing for y'all. This is like what the homework looks like for everything I've been doing. So it's like, even when I'm not streaming, I put together like a lot of information and homework, you know. So this is like this is not even a fraction of the crazy stuff. Yeah, I want to talk about them, but I am not going to talk about it today because I spent too long, and I haven't cracked a fraction of that list. I just want to show. I just want to show that list to show like how deep this goes, and like how much work that these actual like paid journalists don't do a fraction of this. But it's not their fault, because everything now is about content. So no one's going to pay a journalist to even do this amount of work. They're going to starve. They have to get like 1 million clicks a day, and they have to like do like 5 articles a day. So it's like content farms, you know? And yeah, there's no way they can do this stuff. But yeah, like I have like pages and pages of crazy crap of these people. So yeah, so my count was 21 out of 33 gay organizations. And then after doing all that work, it turned out I was wrong. Their own document said 23. I apparently missed 2. Yeah, so I think I have to stop there because it's just getting too long. I'll just have to do follow up and keep going. But yeah, I'm going to do this this part here. And I'm also gonna I can't find the link right now, but I'm gonna find the part that talks about what we're gonna talk about next when we do the follow up on this. We're gonna talk about how the black media has been kind of showing their ass and doing the puff pieces for these people, and how embarrassing it's been getting, because lately they've really been ruining their own credibility and legacy. So we're gonna talk about Mark Lamont Hill and Jamel Hill and all these other people, and Kendrick Sampson, all these people trying to do excuses for wait, hold on, I think I found something. One last thing I want to talk about before you go. Actually, you know what? I'll save that for the next time, because that'll be a whole different can of worms if I start that. So let's end it there. Thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks everyone who donated. If you didn't donate, you know, you can always hit the like button. That's free. You can always share this. I remember Sean King's audit with the pie chart. His PAC spent 28 million on immigration and only 3 million on black issues, but the black issue slice was nearly half the pie chart. Yeah, it's true. And you know, it's funny. A lot of these Wakandan types, they will love going in on Sean King, and they talk about Sean King all the time, but they're so quiet on Patrisse Cullors. And that's because Patrisse Cullors is their friend. So they don't care about the principle of Sean King scamming and grifting. And Sean King at least has answered more questions than Patrisse Cullors ever had. Sean King, I'm not a fan of Sean King, but he didn't just do Instagram posts saying, I get death threats, y'all, and let's do transformative justice and electric slide. He's done like these reports with graphs and charts showing where the money went, and had testaments from all these people who said that he didn't grift, and he answered everything claim by claim. You might not believe his answers. You might not still like him, or you might think he's doing other stuff. I mean, the most I've really seen on Sean King is that he seems to be kind of incompetent. All the articles damning Sean King, they're always like kind of emotional, and then they don't really give good proof. And I'm not saying that I don't think he's a scammer. I'm just saying that these people, because just like they're lazy in investigating Black Lives Matter, defending them, and the excuses they make for them, their takedowns of Sean King are really bad. They just don't really do good work. And then that's why he keeps getting away with it, and they keep getting mad. And they're only really mad at him anyway because they feel like they don't like a man, especially a man who might not even be a black man, a straight black man who might not even be a black man. You know, that really bothers them. They want to be getting that grift, but they're all for Patrisse Cullors winning because she's part of the tribe. She looks like them. She uses the same language. She has the same background and the same values and the same social justice jargon. They want her to win so that it's the opposite of black women winning. And they hope to be one of those black women with natural hair who's or one of those black queer people who's, you know, winning. Her winning is a win for them and a chance for them to eventually grift that Sean King's is not. But this stuff comes out, and you're gonna see on the next installment, they're all either ignoring Patrisse Cullors in the houses, which is way more tangible than and the 90 million than Sean King's grift, right? Is way more transparent, but they're either ignoring it or straight up caping for it and making excuses for it. And So these people have no principles and no values. They don't really care what the principles. But I'm going to show you all this. This is Real Justice. Real Justice is Shaun King's organization, and I'm going to show you how little values and how little integrity these people have. So this is Shaun King's thing, Real Justice, and this is organization. And here's the teams of the people on Real Justice: the president, the director, Jin Ding, Zoe Wong Weissman. This is the organizing director of the Real Justice PAC. Wait, what's this name? Patrisse is a co-founder of Black Lives Matter, founder of Dignity and Power Now, chair of Reform LA Jails, and a senior advisor at Real Justice PAC. She's a senior advisor at Shaun King's PAC. So what makes her any better? She's received many awards for her activism and movement building, including being named by the Los Angeles Times as a civil rights leader for the 21st century and the Sydney Peace Prize for her work with Black Lives Matter. And you go down the page, and who's the last name? Shaun King. Shaun was recently listed by Time Magazine as one of the 25 most influential people in the world on the internet. He is a co-founder of Real Justice PAC. So he's a co-founder of this PAC that she is a senior advisor to. So if this guy is a scammer, why is she a senior advisor to him? Now, why don't they ever talk about this stuff? Like, this stuff is hidden in plain sight. I feel like I'm the only person that does this stuff. Yeah, he cut her a check before, but he's cut her probably a lot of checks because she's a senior advisor to his side. But this is what I mean when I say, of course, she doesn't get a salary from Black Lives Matter because these people circulate the money to each other, then pay themselves back. So I bet you a lot of that Black Lives Matter money made its way somehow to Real Justice. Then Real Justice paid her to be an advisor, and there's probably a bunch of people that Black Lives Matter, quote unquote, donates to. So even that 23 million of the 90 million that went to those organizations, what you're going to think is, okay, T, they gave at least 25% of that money to these organizations. So look, that's 25%. It's not nothing, but they gave it to these 33 organizations, 23 of which are queer organizations. And these organizations are mostly like their friends and cronies. Then a lot of these organizations are going to pay them back to be bullshit advisors and to be all types of stuff. So yeah, they're paying someone who's going to pay them back. So how much of that 23 million that was given to other organizations made its way back to her pockets? And how many of those other organizations that gave them money that they were, out of the money they raised, Black Lives Matter paid those people to do stuff. These people are all raising money, then donating to each other, then paying each other to be advisors or swapping. It's just a giant money laundering thing. So don't even pay attention to that 23 million that they gave to those 33 organizations. Those organizations are all their friends. And we are going to do a deep dive on those 33 organizations and go through them, because it's not like we have a media that'll do it. It'll be great if something existed. I have this dream. My dream, right? Tell me how this works. Picture something called journalism. And we have these things called newspapers and journalism schools, and they teach people to do this thing, and I call it research, where you actually look for facts before you talk about them, as opposed to just wait for your friend to give you a press release that you just copy and paste into your article, then submit to your editor, right? So yeah, I'm trying this thing out called like reading and looking things up, and like it's working pretty. I think if we made an industry around this thing and train people to do it, we might find out. Somebody told me once this existed, but I think it's an urban legend because I feel like it's just a glorified press release thing now. Yeah, so this stuff is all in plain sight. So So now all these people who bash Sean King for being such a grifter, are any of them going to talk about Patrisse, who would defend Patrisse Cullors? How many of them are going to talk about Patrisse Cullors being the senior advisor to his PAC? You know, none of them. They have no integrity. People call me a hater, but how can you not hate these people? You have to be sick not to be a hater in a world like this, right? Yeah. So it's I keep saying I'm gonna leave, but I keep thinking of other stuff that ties in. I swear that after this last thing, I'm gonna leave. I promise you. But I'm gonna show you some stuff because I already opened this door. I might as well finish. I might as well kick it all the way open. Right? I'll just kick it all the way. I'll just kick it all the way open. I'm gonna say it a fourth time. I'm just gonna kick it all the way open. Look at this. And I want to make you guys understand this. And again, you have to go to right-wing websites for this stuff because, and I hate right-wing websites, but what can you do? Yeah, there's no choice. Thanks for the donation. Yeah. It's been 4 hours. I can't believe this. But you know what? Screw it. Let me just finish this off. I had to go to the Wayback Machine for this. Remember I told you guys about the Wayback Machine where you find archived stuff? So they've taken down this site because too many people are looking at it now. It's called J&P Consulting. J&P Consulting is Patrisse Cullors' consultancy. She's a consultancy. And it's transforming organizations one strategic planning session at a time. I have to go to the Wayback Machine and find this. And what we do, we are uniquely equipped. Combined, we have over 2 decades of dedicated service of social justice. We specialize in strategic planning, media, and narrative building, and intervention and culture shift. So Patrisse Cullors has a consultancy. It's a private company. And they help places get woke. So they said, how we help you succeed. This is like they pitch to corporations or organizations. One-on-one coaching, anti-bias training, racial and gender justice training, long and short-term consulting, media strategy and development, strategic planning, organizational development, creative content creation. Who we are, Janaya, who's the J in J&P, is a Black, queer, gender nonconforming artist, staunch Afrofuturist, social justice educator, and boxer from Toronto, Canada. Like real multi-hyphenate stuff. Patrisse Cullors, who's the P, is an artist, organizer, and freedom fighter from Los Angeles, California, co-founder Black Lives Matter, founder of Dignity and Power Now. They have so many things they found. Performance artist, popular public speaker, New York Times best-selling author. She didn't add faculty. I guess she's doing too many stuff. Their work is having shared values is integral to a healthy work culture. We at J&P believe that alignment on principles rooted in a social justice framework allows people to show up in their full and best selves. When people are allowed to be who they are, it ultimately creates better performance and work outcomes for all. So ultimately creates better performance and work outcomes. What they're trying to say to corporations is, if you hire us to help with your racism, you'll get better results in and metrics on your worker performance. Like they're selling it as value added to the company. Like, hey, see if you can get her on the next boxing stream. You guys are funny. Yes. So basically, you do this, and you're gonna end up. If you do this, we'll help you for show look like you're fighting racism, and we're gonna create better performance and work outcomes for all. So it's gonna help the company and help your organization. So it's corporate consulting, and they're saying, we believe a work culture that is informed by social justice values clears the path for clarity and purpose in the workplace. So having a social justice workplace is going to help team building and stuff. Sense of purpose. Having a job doesn't always feel purposeful, and that can create frustration and eventual work slumps. So being discriminated against and white supremacy can create work slumps, but a work culture that is informed by social justice values clears the path for clarity and purpose in the workplace. People who feel that they are connected to a larger sense of purpose commit to work beyond the job. So they will work extra, and they can see themselves within a larger collective vision. So it's gonna improve workplace morale. And then here's testimonials. And people are saying Patrisse and Janae are incredible artists, thinkers, and leaders, and they've helped what we've been doing in Hollywood. I've had, and these people are probably all their friends, because there's always I've had the honor of working with Patrisse on various content ideas, and I must say I've rarely been so inspired and impressed. And, the world needs more Patrisses. Thomas Bensky, Pulse Films, it's the craziest scam to me. But now, why did I show that? The reason why I showed that is because that consultancy has been paid by Black Lives Matter and other places a lot of money. So Black Lives Matter doesn't give her a salary, but how much does that BS consultancy get? Right? So they find a lot of clever ways to pay themselves without paying themselves. That's why she's very specific in saying Black Lives Global Network has never paid me a salary. It's very specific in saying that. Now, I'm going to show something else. One of the things that I'm not going to show that one. Hold on. So somebody they took the website down because it started getting a lot of heat around the time of the houses coming out, right? Somebody on Twitter caught the website and did screen caps. So I showed the full website, but the formatting was messed up on archive.org. I went to the Wayback Machine, but this person, she's like a right-wing woman, and she seems to have, I think she did a thread and she screen capped everything. So you get to see how it originally looked. So Janaya and Patrisse Consulting, and this is how it looks. It has pictures of marches, graphics of people protesting. So picture those words that I was telling you about improving workplace performance and all this stuff. And it's peppered with pictures like this of people protesting. These are the same words that I was reading, but this is how it looked originally protested. People in the streets, a lot of these protests, they didn't even arrange, So how we help you succeed, this is the part with the one-on-one bias training. And it's just very kind of tacky to me to put these George Floyd protests and Breonna Taylor protests and all these other protests, to put all these protests. I'm not sure why that happened. Let's go back. The feds are trying to stop me, but to tie in all these protests to that nonsense, I think is a incredibly tacky thing. Okay, damn it! I don't know why this keeps happening. But yeah. So the thread goes on, and it talks about all this stuff. But you can find it under Azra Normani, and it shows like the picture of her wife, and I think the wife's pretty attractive, and I think she's probably tricking off on the wife. Like she's got to keep that wife happy, and it's been shown that she's gotten so basically it's been shown that they've sent a lot of money to that consultancy, and that consultancy has been behind some shady stuff. My computer's freezing from dropping so much heat. So yeah, I know there's been a lot of false alarms, but this time for real, I'm done. Thank you everybody. Ross said, "Don't fight your nature." Yeah, she's one of those new atheist IDW types. She's awful, but I mean, she's not lying. She's just showing screen caps of stuff. Yeah. So it's like it's really ridiculous. It's really ridiculous stuff. You see all this stuff, and there's more stuff, and there's more stuff. But yeah, I mean, whew. Thanks everybody. Don't forget to subscribe to patreon.com/champagne sharks. If you enjoy what we've been doing, hit us at the Venmo or Cash App at Champagne Sharks. Like, comment, share, subscribe. It's free. You can hit us at the super chat, before we finish logging out, or PayPal us at champagnesharks@gmail.com. We appreciate all your support, and we're gonna dive into this some more. That was like a fraction of everything. This just went on too long, but it's been a while since we did one of these, and I'll probably do the follow-up to this next week. Maybe we'll do it on Tuesday. I mean, on Monday again. And yeah, that's basically it. Take care, everybody. Everybody be good and stay safe. Keep grifting. It's a grifter's world now, so you gotta do it. Yeah. If anybody wants to break this up into clips, feel free. Yeah, for sure. Because I'm tired. It takes a lot of work. Be good. Take care.